And the topic for today is the U.S. Congress trying to finesse veterans out of VA compensation we earn per our contract? Our contract said that if you are in the military, that you could face what? You can face combat, dangerous combat situation, and other hazardous situations. They don't differentiate between combat injuries and non-combat injuries. It don't matter. If I get shot on the range or if I got shot in combat, does it really matter? I didn't get shot at all. But if somebody gets shot on the range or some other live fire incident, the bullet feels the same. So, yes. But the division is meant to really finesse us out of our benefits. So we're doing a reaction video tonight, family. We thank you for your patience. We thank you for your kindness. We're going to start at a particular clip of it. And then we might go into more of it after that, okay? So bear with us, all right, fam? We appreciate you. Yes, we did. Yes, indeed. See, we put these quality slides together so that they can be, I missed something. We got 35 likes. And on top of that, we got Tay says, I'm awaiting orders to deploy to the Space Force hazardous pay. You be safe, okay? Yes, hazardous pay. Yes, indeed. I didn't know they give hazardous pay. That's something else. They gave it to us over in Gulf War. They gave us hazardous pay, and we didn't have to pay taxes while we was over there, federal taxes. And I'm from Texas, so I didn't pay no state taxes. So I kind of built up a little change over there. Now, are these people, is the Congress trying to steal our disability? Do they have a hand in the cookie jar? And why do they have their hand in the cookie jar? And why are they using this time to make these moves? Come on, let's talk about it. Words are spoken to be broken. Same with Congress. Go ahead, Nacho Man, Ranchy Salad. Oh, I like that. Now, alert, be aware, fam. They're trying to silence us and speak for us. You understand? They don't have no veterans up there. They have only VA people speaking. Now, they're using different individuals that credentialize themselves. Some work for VSOs. Some are veterans themselves. All of them are veterans most of the time. And they're using them to crash out, saying, we don't need this. We don't need that. But Congress, most of these people getting money from the federal government. I haven't found one yet that isn't. All right? And we talked about them in past videos. Now, we have a list of them. If you don't want to know, one senator by the name of Tommy Tuberville, we call him Coach Tubby. Then we have the big liar, Combat Timmy, with this Purple Heart scandal. You know, first I got it in a national park, but now it went back 3 years before I got it, and all this. He just all over the place. And then we have the Dakota Meyer, aka Dakota Rasta. He sitting here talking about we shouldn't get paid. They shouldn't pay for we should focus more on sacrifice. I guess him getting the Medal of Honor than suffering us our compensation. They use code words, but they pretty blatant. Then Lieutenant Dan, Daniel Gade, what can we say? And most of this kicked off. All these people started talking negative against us. And Combat Timmy was real horrible. He said, you don't need no blankets, talking about for the homeless. You don't need no effing insoles for your shoes. The VA you don't need free S, he said. All the time, he's a big liar getting his benefits. Now, Pastor Dougie, the Secretary of the VA, Doug Collins. Now, I missed it with Congress. This all came out with Congress. This all came out with the hit piece, several hit pieces from the Washington Post, who is owned by Jeff Bezos, who gets a federal contract. Hint, all these people you're dealing with federal contracts. Coach Tubby works for the federal government as a senator. So does Combat Timmy. He's a senator. Dakota Meyer, they just raised the pay from $140 to $100,000 a year, $140 a month to $100,000 a year for Medal of Honor winners. So when he talked greasy about us, they blew him up. Now then we got Lieutenant Dan who owns a business. They get federal contracts. He says we shouldn't center ourselves in our disability. However, he has a disabled veteran-owned business. Hypocrite. Then we talked about the Washington Post and our Pastor Dougie, who only spoke up when the Washington Post attacked him, not us. Now, tonight, we're going to talk about Congress. They own the Veteran Community Task Force Most Wanted. Huh? What are we getting them for? Perverse incentives, getting all that money. Unofficial spokesperson for us. We don't need nobody speaking for us. What's the third count? Deceptive practices. And last one, stolen valor. Combat Timmy. Now, we have, let me make this big for a second. So Nacho Man says, they are trying to stick it to us. Yes, indeed. Too many Grinches wanting to deplete the piggy bank, ready to crack it open and reap their glory. Because they're going to put a lot of that money in their pocket. You know where they're going to put that money at and give it to their friends. Jay Oliver says, other means hazardous means ILER, PACT Act, terror. And they spoke about, Coach Tubby spoke about the PACT Act because they don't like that it works so well. Now, the Capitol County say, this is one big conspiracy and everyone in on it except veterans. Well, some of these guys up here are veterans. Every face you see up here is a veteran, except us veterans. You're right. Now, Betty Bob say 37 likes. We thank you so much, fam. Other hazardous to include muckme's. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Talking about undiagnosed illnesses, family. Then we have Vin Olive says, hello, family. Family, y'all ready to get into it? Are y'all ready to do this thing? The H-Town, did we bring this together? Do we have the right visuals to express? If you see them, anything they say greasy, get it to us. Any information about this group called the Sellout Crew, contact the H-Town vet and fellow veterans. Yes, indeed. Now, listen, other friends, you mean girlfriend H-Town. I don't know. I plead the fifth. I don't know. I get confused without my medicine. Y'all a bit. Family, we going into this. See, this is a bellwether moment. See, this is, they testing the waters right now. You hear what I said? They testing the water right now, fam. Yes, they are. Let me see something where we at. Okay. 1:52. Give me a second. I want to write something now, family. Because I might start it from the beginning. We may not watch it out. Give me a second. I got to get something. Give me a second. I got to go over to the side of the room here and get my pen. So sorry. Thank you for your kindness and appreciate you for your sacrifice. Yes, fam. I'm about to I just want to make sure, because I'm probably going to start a little bit from the beginning so you can get an idea. Then I'm going to pull it up to this point where I'm at now. Oh, I can't tell. Okay. All right. First, I think we'll start with him then, because I want you to hear him, because he's the one that got my attention. So let's get up here, family. This is the bellwether moment where now Congress feels comfortable coming out criticizing our benefits. Yes, a bellwether moment. Oh, there he go right there. Who this? We about to find out in a minute. Oh, they starting to come from behind. All of them highly paid, got their money, putting these little military badges on. Judas Goat, Judas Goat. Fair use, family, fair use. This is for informative and educational purposes only. Let's get to it. Thank you for your patience. Fair use. Now listen to him.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Self, sir, you recognize for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just got some probably easy questions to answer.
You see, when they start out with them trick bags, I just have some easy questions to answer. Look at this man's nonverbals. He talks as if he's like acting, like he's sassy or something. He act like all these facial expressions when you're supposed to be a professional talking about veteran benefits that we have earned. And he's talking like we dumb, like the person that answers him don't know what's like, why is it like that? Watch this. That's my opinion.
Why sleep apnea?
That's his first word. Why sleep apnea? Because you remember, they've been attacking sleep apnea as one of them. Pay attention.
Is that military related?
Why he throws his hands up? You saw what he did. Why sleep apnea? Is that military related? You see, he's trying to send dog whistles. Pay attention, fam. Pay attention. He has the POW MIA flag in the gallery. Yeah, they do. Remember, during the Holocaust, they had the Jewish symbol everywhere too, the Star of David. Did that stop anything? So just because they wrap themselves in symbolism, that don't mean nothing to us. I care less about you staging stuff. Props. I call them props. Tell me if you understand where I'm coming from. Yes, indeed. We honor you while we don't honor you. If you don't sit down, dude.
So it can be. And for VA disability purposes, we look at disabilities that were incurred in or caused by or aggravated by military service.
Bam! She answered the question. She works for the VA. Miss Tanner with her pretty self. She works for the VA. She answered the question properly. Either it occurred in or was aggravated. So this been VA law and in the M21 manual. So come on, what's going on here?
So if something started during military service, then we have a responsibility according to the law to service connect sleep apnea for any residual disability based upon that.
Residual, you hear that? So yeah, so sleep apnea may have been caused, you know, some other things may cause sleep apnea. So if your primary service connection disability causes other disabilities like sleep apnea, so he's trying to set it up. Watch it.
Really?
Really? You hear this? Oh, I almost cursed. You hear this bastard? Really? Did you hear this bastard?
Or caused by or
Now listen to
aggravated
him.
by military service.
And that's my personal
So if
opinion.
something
You entitled
started during
yours.
military service, then we have a responsibility according to the law to service connect sleep apnea for any residual disability based upon that.
Really? Okay. How much of this, and I realize this is not VISN driven, but how much of this is customization that's allowed amongst the different contractors? How much of that, because we see that, I see that often we allow too much customization across the VA.
He just bouncing his head up and down. That big old, he looked like Kazoo from the Flintstones. If he don't do, he gonna end up, his head gonna fall over that desk. He better be careful. Really, oh snap. She went straight to it. Customization, gets familiar with that word. I've heard Radar HQ use it. So he's trying to make customization a dirty word. Yeah, they have to customize it based on what your situation is. Let's see what her response is, brothers and sisters.
So are you referring to our disability benefits
Yeah,
question? So we have criteria which must be supported by clinical findings and medical evidence. That is
how much
one
of that
Clinical findings and medical evidence, then he cut off. Now, y'all might see something different. He really didn't want to hear her answer because he didn't even let her finish. They want somebody working for the VA that's talking against us. Wow. Now, listen, we got a new person in here saying, let me see, what I'm going to call you here. I'm going to call you Like, because Like in the middle of your name. Like says, God bless all. Yeah, these attacks are BS. I'm pissed off too, H-Town. Yes, indeed. And I apologize for, saying a little vulgar word there. I apologize. Betty Bob say, okay, everybody speak to him. Show love to the new person in the room. Like in here, show love. Then the Capital County says, a regular Benedict Arnold, a brilliant American revolutionary general who, a revolutionary general, becoming a symbol of betrayal. I say the greatest war hero in this country because he won the pivotal battle of Saratoga, which brought us back to winning the Revolutionary War and our country being founded. But he would never be known for that. At the point where he fell and got injured, they don't even mention his name. They got a statue of a boot saying where a great soldier failed for our country. They won't even mention his name. So that's what I said about these people that cloak themselves in flags and all this and combat this. Benedict Garner was a combat veteran, and he was also had dishonorable service. Fam, Like, welcome. So glad you are here. Yes, indeed. Like, and everybody here, come on now, let's talk about it. Yes, evening to you all here. Family, we don't have to think in one mind. You can have a difference of opinion, but I'm giving my slant on it, and you're welcome to give yours.
is customizable?
So he act like she didn't answer his question.
Amongst the different contractors. How much of that, because we see that, I see that often, we allow too much customization.
Too much customization.
Across the VA.
So are you referring to our disability benefits
Yeah,
question? So we have criteria which must be supported by clinical findings and medical evidence. That is
how much of that is customizable?
So we do cut down on areas of free text, but we do need the doctor's observations. So we do, but we use testing, we use clinical criteria, and we look at the entire disability record, and we don't rest anything on just one single piece of evidence.
Bam. So the law says that they must look at the whole medical record when they're dealing with your disabilities. I want you to hear what H-Town is saying and what she's saying. Ms. Tanner, thank you so much. The law says that they can't make a decision because different medical professionals at different times will view the disability in different ways. So they have to look at a holistic look at your disability. So if you had 10 say you have problems and one say, I think they're all right, they're going to go with the other 9 because they got to look at the whole medical record. Are we making sense? A comprehensive approach. So even if he's saying this here, there's so many different people verifying it. Come on now. How many of y'all got y'all disability the first time out? Most people don't. How many of you, let us know how many times did it take you to get your VA disability compensation? How many times were you denied before you got your disability? Come on, fam. Let us know. I think I told y'all before. Y'all know I ain't lying. I just don't remember. I know I was denied at least 4 times. H-Town was denied 4 times before receiving compensation. 4 denials, at least 3 or 4 denials. And then while like says, thank you for welcoming. I'm just listening, trying not to get blood pressure up high. Yes, indeed. Oh, Lord. Zombie say, hi, Betty. Hey, everybody show love to Zombie Blood. Come on now. Zombie in here. And then H-Town was denied 4 times. Look how many denials they got. Well, if I add all my denials up, at least 8, I guess. But before I first got it, so I'll say 8. I've had at least 8 denials total. They act like they're giving this stuff away like candy. Then J. Oliver say 32 until I got 100%. Wow. Betty Bob say, would Miss Tanny should have said, well, I guess what should Miss Tanny should have said? How rude are you to interrupt me? Let me complete my explanation the way I didn't interrupt you. He ain't showing no respect. Because she not giving him the answers. He thought she would be stumped, but she's not. You hear that? Listen to this joker. Do you hear that? Whole bunch of gesticulation and sassiness. Like he got attitude and sass. Listen
amongst the different contractors. How much of that, because we see that, I see that often, we allow too much customization across the VA.
So are you referring to our disability benefits?
Yeah,
question? So we have criteria which must be supported by clinical findings and medical evidence. That is
how much
one
of that
piece
is
of evidence.
customizable?
So we do cut down on areas of free text, but we do need the doctor's observations. So we do, but we use testing, we use clinical criteria, and we look at the entire disability record, and we don't rest anything on just one single piece of evidence.
You hear that? Like he's some parent. What is that supposed to mean? He don't agree. Like, I don't like that answer. That's something females do, dude. Chill out. Now, Betty Bob say, would Miss Tanner? Oh, I already read that. So sorry. Now, Shipbait say, Charles say, Betty Bob, Shipbait, you know better. Lower enlisted can't ever reason with big shot officers. And I think he's maybe an officer. And you notice a lot of these people are officers I think they have a little axe to grind. They butthurt against us enlisted, but there are some good officers even in this room now. But some of them, I don't know what's up. Okay, let me do that. Okay, now Betty Bob says 6, and then I took, talking about 69, and then I took away all my, and then I guess they took away all my percentages in 1998 when I was international flight attendant. Okay, I hate to hear that, sis. We're gonna do what we can to help you here. He said, let's continue.
There's a statement in here that more veterans are relying on disability. Is that actually true, or is that, do we see a growth in this?
What is he surprised about? Didn't we just have years of campaigns, of wars? Am I right? They wasn't saying this then. I don't know right now. We got anybody look up his name. I don't know. I just went to the clip and got mad. I usually do my due diligence. I don't know his name right now. Anybody knows this congressman's name or senator? I believe he might be. Now listen. I forgot what I was saying. I got to hear that again. I'm so hot.
are relying on disability. Is that actually true, or is that?
He's
So are
saying
you
more.
referring to our disability benefits
Yeah,
question? So we have criteria which must be supported by clinical findings and medical evidence. That is
how much
one
of that
piece
is
of evidence.
customizable?
So we do cut down on areas of free text, but we do need the doctor's observations. So we do, but we use testing, we use clinical criteria, and we look at the entire disability record, and we don't rest anything on just one single piece of evidence.
There's a statement in here that more veterans are relying on disability. Is that actually true, or is that, do we see a growth in this?
More veterans are relying on disability. More veterans are being compensated for their injuries that occurred in the military. Relying ain't about relying, it's about compensation. When somebody is in a car accident and they get compensated for the injury, they're not relying on it, it's theirs. It's our money. I ain't relying. You ain't giving me no welfare. That's what they're trying to equate it to, relying on welfare. Fam, don't go nowhere. Hold where you at real quick. Don't you go nowhere, because it's running me hot. It's running me hot. You heard what he say, relying on VA disability benefit. You watch these slicksters. Okay. Give me a second. I'm looking for it now. Oh, there it is. This is what they mean by. This is what he's talking about. Look at this. This is what he's saying. Are more veterans relying on this? He won't call it compensation. This is what he's talking about right here. On government assistance is what they want to call VA disability. VA disability compensation is a compensation for a loss of use, something that we earn, something that's in our contract. They trying to finesse us out of our money. Don't get upset. I'm yelling it because ain't nobody else telling it. What is his name? I don't know, Jay Oliver. Anybody find out, let me know. Now, Betty say, H-Town, that whole thing triggered me. And I apologize, sister. You say, Jesus. Now, from my life. Then Charleston say, H-Town, they act like active duty is a part-time job vacation. Remember, they referred to Lieutenant Daniel Gay, referred to it as like you being a truck driver. They're trying to bring in the regular civilians so they can attack us too. What we do in the military, they can quit their job. Could you quit the military? Could you quit and say, you know what, I'm tired? If you had 19 years, you couldn't just say, you know what, I found a new job today. I don't want to be here no more. Our situation is a contract that is binding that we can't just leave. Huh? We clicked in, as they would say. Now, more combat training for actions and more combat action meals for injuries and more compensation. Let's talk about it. Family, this is amazing. We got 41 likes in the room, family. This is amazing. Yes, indeed. Yeah, exactly. See what people do, why I say it's a finesse. Look, they rub us good on one side and then kick us in the behind on the other. Come on, fam. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Fam, what they really want from us? What they really want from us? We're going to continue this thing. Yes, we are. Give me a sec. We not trying to hear all this nonsense. I'm doing something. Give me a second. And we're going to get back to it here. Okay, now let's continue. Family, let's see what's going on. So they want to treat our benefits like welfare, like we didn't earn the benefits. We leaning on it as a crutch. The government subsidy. A government is subsidizing us because they want to do something different with that money. Since we ain't got all these wars anymore, they don't need us. Huh? They want to use us as discarded, just discard us. Is that a military badge above his left breast pocket? I think so. I don't know. Anybody can recognize what it is. I don't know if it's an officer badge. It looks like one, but I'm not for sure. Let's continue, family. He talking about this money. I want you to hear that. And that's why we slow walking this thing. Listen.
Criteria, and we look at the entire disability record, and we don't rest anything on just one single piece of evidence.
There's a statement in here that more veterans are relying on disability. Is that actually true, or is that, do we see a growth in that?
Relying on disability or getting the proper compensation what's been denied. So what about all the veterans that get denied or haven't even filed for their disability benefits? H-Town, let's speak of these people in the Senate. Let's speak of these people in the Senate per diem. Oh, they per diem. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they get this man here and all of them. You know, they get a lunch. They get a meal stipend of $79 to $90 or $2, I believe it is, or $93. And that's more than what a disabled veteran get for a 90% rating for a whole month. Meaning, when you add it up for a whole month, they don't have to use it on what? They don't have to use it on meals. They can use it on getting their clothes clean. His suit look real nice too. They don't have to provide no receipts how they spend it. It's tax-free money. On top of that, they get to claim it on their taxes. Did you hear what I said? Ain't nothing but hypocrites. Are you relying on that, sir?
Yes.
I don't have any evidence to support that more veterans are relying on this benefit. We do have veterans that are employed. Most veterans that we serve are actually employed in some part. And
most veterans work anyway. So what? They just trying to cut our money off. Like says, wow, not surprising about the per diem. And that ain't all they get. They get free health care. If they have extra money left over in the budget, they get to put it in a little slush fund for them. Yes, $79 per day lunch money. Do they rely on that? And they make at least $170,000 a year. I believe it's 174. Come on now, fam. I'm not pocket watching, but why you pocket watching us? I'm calling out the hypocrisy.
Gainfully employed in many situations.
And would you?
Now let's see what the sister say here.
Criteria, and we look at the entire disability record, and we don't rest anything on just one single piece of evidence.
There's a statement in here that more veterans are relying on disability. Is that actually true, or is that, do we see a growth in this?
I don't have any evidence to support that more veterans are relying on this benefit. We do have veterans that are employed. Most veterans that we serve are actually employed in some part and gainfully employed in many situations.
Because most veterans are not 100%. 75% of veterans are not 100%. They have a rating between 0%, which you get no compensation, and 90%. Huh? Now 26% or 100%, and that's what they really want. Some of them have work restrictions if they're IU or TDIU. These IU been a temporary 100%, or if it's TDIU, which is a permanent 100%, they have work restrictions as far as they can't make above the poverty level. You listen to me? Or they have to work in the sheltered environment. However, if you're 100% permanent total, there's no work restrictions. And that's what they mad about, because this helps too many poor veterans, too many veterans. Many of us went into the military. I didn't come from a family with a silver spoon in their mouth. You know, it is what it is. So many of my families went in to as young people to learn. My uncles went in and they couldn't even read or write. Did you hear what I said? And they were the first foreman, longshoremen over here in Houston Port Authority, first black men to do it. So how was they counting all this stuff? How was they reading the manifest? These men were smart. You understand what I'm saying? Man, sacrifice. Now look, like says, yeah, right. They're being hypocritical, like BF gay. Yes, sir. Let me say this to you. When these people get ready to come up for a vote, we need to call them. They're gonna be talking about how they love veterans. See, they don't have many subscribers. They got like 6,000 subscribers. They had less than that. They had less than me. See, they doing these little sneaky things and they being filmed, and we need to hold them to task on this here. You understand?
And would you just give me, and you may have already covered this, and you probably have, and I apologize if you have, give me a short dissertation on impairment, disability versus financial inability to earn.
So here we go. So that he's trying to get slick. Look at him. Look at little weasel here. So what he's saying is, well, if you're disabled, you should be disabled where you ain't able to work. If you're able to work, which most veterans do, well, I don't understand how they work. The more loss of job functioning and all this here, loss of use of function, that's severity level, of course, and it affects your daily life and your ability to work. However, they're not compensating you necessarily for a job. They compensating you because they owe you for a loss of use. They owe you. This is compensation, fam. That's why many veterans work with disabilities.
Why that distinction, and how's that working in all of this this review that you're doing? This seems to me to be.
She doing a review because y'all having to do a review. You hypocrite. We need to review y'all salaries. All y'all want is more and more money, but you want to count our pennies.
A part of the crux of what we're asking here.
So part of our evaluations, we look at occupational impairment and functional loss. And so I think when in VA terms, when we look at things like TDIU, which I'm sure you're.
See, occupational and functional loss, that's with TDIU, but 100% permanent total, no.
Familiar with when we find veterans who are unemployable because of service-connected disabilities, if they don't meet that criteria otherwise, then we have benefits in store for that. But you could very easily have an 100% service-connected disabled veteran who is able to work. For us, and disability and 100% evaluation does not mean unable to work in many situations.
Bam, bam, checkmate. In the words of our brother, got you, B. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Now you hear, if y'all been worried about, she works for the VA, she's right before Congress talking, and if you worried about losing your benefits, that doesn't stop, that doesn't bar you, even if you're 100%. Listen to what she said. Roll that beautiful bean footage again. Listen to what Ms. Tanner from the Department of Veteran Affairs say. Snip it and quote it.
In many situations. So are you referring to our disability benefits?
Yeah,
question? So we have criteria which must be supported by clinical findings and medical evidence. That is
how much of that is customizable? Disability versus financial inability to earn. Why that distinction, and how's that working in all of this, this review that you're doing? This seems to me to be part of the crux of what we're asking here.
So part of our evaluations, we look at occupational impairment and functional loss. And so I think when in VA terms, when we look at things like TDIU, which I'm sure you're familiar with, when we find
TDIU does have some work restrictions, as I just said. All right. Now listen, let's see what Brother Charlton said. My assistant boot camp company commander said we Navy government property only legally get 1 hour rest in 24 hours. You were a government property. Now listen, Taylor says, Representative Keith Self, is that him? That him right here? Is best known for his role as high school vice principal in charge of discipline, Mr. Strickland in Back to the Future. Okay, wow. Veterans are a bunch of slackers. Oh, that's what he thinks. Is that him, Mr. Strickland there? Where is the rest of the VA to testify? You know, they only bring representatives up. I think she's doing a pretty decent job. But why aren't they letting any veterans like us in there to talk? They talk about us, but not to us, because they're afraid of how it would look. Let's continue.
veterans who are unemployable because of service-connected disabilities, if they don't meet that criteria otherwise, then we have benefits in store for that. But you could very easily have an 100% service-connected disabled veteran.
100% disabled service-connected vet. He say very easy. This is common. Listen, she said.
Who is able to work.
Who is able to work. 100% disabled veteran, if they don't have a TDIU or IU, even with that, you can work up to the poverty level. But when it comes to 100% permanent and total, you can work. She's saying it right here. So anybody else confused? Anybody else confused? You can work. I've been telling y'all that with 100% permanent total rating. Come on now. And you can work with TDIU. You just can't work over the poverty level, which is about 15,000. Now, come on, fam. Let me know if you heard that. If you heard that clearly, put a Y in the chat for yes. Now, we got our sister Farm Girl Rebel says, hey, fam, just popping in to say hi. A bad virus is kicking me in the rear end, so not staying, just saying hi before I go lay down. You be careful. Make sure your husband check on you. Make sure you all right. You don't get no fever. Everybody show love to Farm Girl Rebel, please. You can't answer the question, but show love to Farm Girl Rebel right now. Any questions, concerns y'all have, do it. Give me a second. I'm gonna have to step away. Give me one moment. Got to give me some more water and step away for a second. So y'all go ahead and put some information in the chat, what y'all want to say. I'll be right back. I'm back, fam. Fam, y'all been cutting up in this chat. And H-Town been cutting up. Oh, fam, are we breaking it down? See, we making them tell it all. Huh? And he say, hey, farm girl. And then Kosi say, feel better, farm girl. And then Ingrid says, I hope you feel better, farm girl. That's our Space Force family member. And say, I meant to, I said it on what's called my apology. I didn't mean to say girl, I put it, I was doing it voice activated. Wish you well, speedy recovery farm girl. And say, you can work with 100% disability. It's from me. So the false statement that we need to work instead of receiving VA disability makes no sense, Lieutenant Dan. That would mean a pay cut for many of us. We're already struggling with the little disability we do get. Now, yes, feel better, nasty stuff going around. Yes, a lot of people. And y'all pray for her and pray for our brother Raider HQ, because he's been under the weather and still come by and see us. We want him to get well. And our sister Farm Girl Rebel and anybody else, let us know. We'll pray for you. Now, it's not meant as disrespect. That's just, if you don't believe in that, I show respect to you, but I'm just saying that's just my upbringing. The Bible is beat into me. Now, Charleston say, where is Pastor Dougie? Miss Tanner thrown to the jackals. Yes, indeed. Now, listen to what they say here. Family, y'all getting into this here, and I'm enjoying what y'all saying, family. Listen to what Betty Bob says. Betty Bob says, H-Town, you notice that they never mention spouses who work and pay taxes, and 100% veterans that do work are paying taxes through their jobs. Yes, indeed. They don't mention the spouses because they don't want to look bad. We got to make them look bad. See, they rather indirectly attack veterans by attacking our benefits. They know if they can hurt the benefits because they say, well, it don't make sense. I'm confused. We're just trying to make it work better and all that. We trying to take your money is what they're really trying to do. No one tries to repay the taxes that was paid in. Nah, they take all that money. That's how they get paid. They own government assistance. Betty Bob say, Farm Girl Rebel, get well soon. Now, I'm gonna read some of these and then we're gonna get back to it. The fact has been presented by law. Why are Caleb Hammer, he's the one that the content creator who's criticized our benefits, Representative Self, I'm assuming that's the gentleman, is a senator that's speaking now, Gabe, and these guys in glasses that was hollering 100% means you can't be out on a boat. Why slander veterans when Gabe himself is a disabled veteran and he probably receives a high rating? When they asked him, hey, what about you? He said, I'm not telling you about my disability. Kick rocks. That's what he said to the chat room. Now, Nina Tanner, Executive Director of Compensation. Yes, we need more people like her telling the truth. I don't know what you're doing behind the scenes, but she's speaking right. We got 42 likes in here, fam, and we appreciate it. Family, if this information is informative, please smash that like button. Nacho Man says, work for that? I mean, work for what? Now paying health insurance, dental ain't covered in civilian, I guess Tuberville or Turville. It's a liability to the work, to the force, back to a work and get taxed for $4,000 a month. So you getting all your $4,000, you feel 100%, and it ain't taxed. You go back to job, you're gonna get $4,000 and it's gonna be taxed, You ain't gonna have Champ VA healthcare. You ain't gonna have Chapter 35 educational benefits, and you ain't gonna get the tax exemption on your home if your state offers a tax exemption for disabled veterans. Oh, let's not stop. When you got that VA home loan and you had that the waiver of that funding fee between $4,000, $8,000, $10,000, if you ain't disabled no more, you might have to get that back. It's going to be a domino effect, fam. Let's get to it.
For us, and disability and 100% evaluation does not mean unable to work in many situations. So disability compensation does not mean that a veteran cannot earn wages, that they are unemployable. It means that based off the residual impairment, VA finds them to be 100% disabled because of the severity of their disabilities.
Bam. So even though we working in pain because we have to survive because VA money ain't, did she drop? Is that a mic drop right there? Come on, family. Is anybody calling her a liar? Do they have anybody that can come in and prove this woman to be a liar? Where are you at, senators? Where are you at, Lieutenant Dan? Where are you, Pastor Dougie? She coming with facts and scholarship. Huh? Let's hear that. I want to hear that again.
Disability versus financial inability to earn. Why that distinction, and how's that working in all of this this review that you're doing? This seems to me to be part of the crux of what we're asking here.
So part of our evaluations, we look at occupational impairment and functional loss. And so I think when in VA terms, when we look at things like TDIU, which I'm sure you're familiar with, when we find veterans who are
That's dealing with occupational impairment and functional loss.
Unemployable because of service-connected disabilities, if they don't meet that criteria otherwise, then we have benefits in store for that. But you could very easily have an 100% service-connected disabled veteran who.
This is not TDIU. This is, you can work somewhere. We talking about the 100% permanent total, man. Listen.
Who is able to work. For us, and disability and 100% evaluation does not mean unable to work in many situations. So,
and you heard what Rader says, as of 2022 or 23, they're not just calling people in for reevaluations because they're finding that people aren't getting any better. They're just working on jobs to survive because they got their disability, but with the prices of everything going up, people got to make it. Now listen, Lele say property taxes will also be eliminated. Come on now. Property tax exemptions, I know, definitely would.
Disability compensation does not mean that a veteran cannot earn wages, that they are unemployable.
Disability compensation does not mean that veterans cannot earn wages, that they're unemployable. Tell me, should I make a video with her statement as a quote? Huh?
It means that based off the residual impairment, VA finds them to be 100% disabled because of the severity of their disability.
Because of the severity of the disability is why they're 100%. Not because they're not working because of their disability, they're working in spite of their disability. We learn to deal with pain. Nobody sacrifices many times like us. We sacrifice for our country, for our family, for our jobs. We be away from our family. Some veterans, when they're in active military, they have to sign their children over to family members while they're deployed. People, get away. Nobody coming here with that nonsense to me. Y'all don't know what sacrifice is. And I'm not one to brag, but I know what we go through as veterans. The nerve of people. You got to give somebody custody of your child while you're gone if both parents get deployed. Man, if they don't sit down somewhere.
Right, and how are you going to apply either one of those really to mental health, which is
Oh, he going into it. How are you going to apply either one of those to mental health? Now look, he mad because she checkmated him. He mad. Started rubbing his head. He's shining that bowling ball up. Now listen, 66 say they were framing the question, looking for a gotcha moment. Gotcha. Fam, we here just telling the truth. If y'all not listening to if I'm not telling the truth, let me know. If she was not telling the truth. Now, listen, Charleston say, I'm amazed. I amaze me. These senators don't know anything. They make rules and don't know nothing. She's making them look like an idiot. And they're supposed to be over the veteran Senate hearings and committee. And these are the people that are making decisions for us about our benefits? Huh? Sir, I like your suit. Did you use your lunch stipend to get the dry clean, get it dry clean? It looks so nice. But you don't know nothing about what we're going through. He should have briefed himself or got his aides to brief him before he got here. Taylor says, they want us, let me move this so I can see it better. Thank you for those that have come in. We appreciate you for joining us. And we have Taylor says, they want us after getting treatment, there's no reason to go back to being a cog in the sheep wheel. Cog in sheep wheel, I like that. If you're improved, no reason to pay, back to the barn, everyone. Now listen, they want to know, they saying we used you while you were a lean, mean fight machine. When you were in your youth, we took your best years, but now they want to come back and talk about what have you done for me lately? Huh? Isn't that what the song says? Yeah, we used you up. We broke you up. We exposed you to chemicals. We exposed you to being harmed. Some people were assaulted. Some people were injured. Some people were shot, blown up. Some people were exposed to chemicals. They saying, you know what? Yeah, I know what we promised you, but what? Man, you don't sit down somewhere. Now listen, Betty Bob say, when you are a Black woman, you have to know 10 times as much as a white man, especially a white man. So family, we know that racism, sexism, we know all these things exist, classism exists in the military, all these things. U.S. Army grunt says, H-Time, I am sorry, brother. That bald dude is a former paratrooper. Wow. I am amazed this officer forget his roots already. Yeah, maybe so. Man. They use their military service as a shield to attack us. Because he said he want us to be out there. Look how many people the government laid off. We end up losing everything. They want us homeless. And they chipping away, trying to chip away at our benefits.
A growth industry, as we know, mental health amongst veterans is rampant. How is
mental health among veterans is rampant? You know what else used when they use the word rampant? Fraud. Fraud is rampant. But he used the word rampant to describe mental health condition. It's rampant. Somebody look up the word rampant for me. Give me a chance. Huh? Somebody put the word rampant in the chat. I'm going to look it up on my little dictionary thing. I want to make sure I spell it right. Somebody put the word rampant. Rampant. Fraud is rampant. Is he associating what we getting? Mental health is rampant? That's like a disease. A disease is rampant. Violence is rampant. Okay, let me put it in there. Listen to words mean things, family. Did you hear what I said? Rampant, uncontrolled, unrestrained, unchecked, unbridled. If you have a horse, you have a bridle to hold him back. Widespread, pandemic, out of control. So he's saying mental health is out of control. Is it the mental health out of control, or people getting service connected for mental health out of control? Who gonna break it down like H-Town? Who gonna give it to you in the real? I'm not stuttering. I'm responding to whatever y'all say on this chat. Huh? Don't let the Southern accent fool you. Oh, this is horrible. Look what the definition gives as an example. Out of hand, rife, spread like wildfire, spread like, oh, come on, Jay Oliver. Rampant like perverse incentives. Remember what that veteran of foreign wars leader said? Ooh. Family, y'all ain't gonna like what's coming next. Remember how they keep comparing us to fecal matter? Varmint, violent, forceful. These are some of the actions. Wow. Raging. My Lord. Fanatical. Huh? Do you see the terms? It's the dog whistles. He think we can't look a word up. We know what rampant mean anyway, but I wanted a clear definition. This is from a place of superiority. The nerve of you, sir.
Is that working with mental health? Because it's a little bit different than physical impairment.
Certainly. And
How are you going to apply that?
What's different from mental health and physical health? It's a little bit different. See how they come in slipping, little bit different, but you want to be a major difference. Man, if you don't sit down somewhere. So he's saying if we can't see it, like Gage say, I'm missing a leg, so you should get compensated. If they can't see your disability, you shouldn't get compensated. That's for physical conditions too. If they can't see it on an x-ray, if they can't see it in person, if you have asthma, yeah, you got a pump. You don't need it. Where's your asthma? Show it to me. All of them saying the same stuff.
I'm going to ask Dr. Sokol to address that because she's done a lot of the work in that area.
Mental health. Let's hear what the doctor said.
Good afternoon. Currently, the portion of the rating schedule which addresses mental disorders is in the final stages of its publication as a final rule. We did publish the proposed rule several years ago, which received overwhelmingly positive feedback from the veterans community, from clinicians, and that...
I don't know what she talking about. Ain't nobody talk to me. Did anybody talk to you? You got positive feedback from some mental health changes on the rating criteria. Did you get anything on that?
Because we adhered to the latest approach to assessing the functional impairment due to mental disorders, which is outlined in great detail in DSM-5, which is the governing document for all psychiatrists and clinical psychologists to assess the level of functional impairment due to mental.
Because remember, mental health is the 5th most frequent disability. Number 1 is tinnitus. Huh? And remember, they talk about getting rid of that. Come on now, we about to tie this in.
And in this new portion of the rating schedule, we will be able to adequately address the level of functional impairment and corresponding occupationally significant disability. and we're looking forward to publishing it by the end of the fiscal year 20.
She ain't said a whole bunch of
Okay,
nothing.
and real quickly, what has the toxic exposure law done to this examination? This,
So now he going into toxic exposure. He talking about examination of mental health, toxic exposure. That's chemicals. Huh. A doctor for the VA. Where is fearless leader, Pastor Dougie? Have anybody seen him? Now listen to what Taylor says. If it looks disabled, then it's disabled. If it doesn't look disabled, then it's not disabled. What a mess. And these supposed to be educated people. Guess what? So we can eyesight it, look at a car and say, you know what? Looking at that car, it looks like it don't run. It could be a perfectly looking car, but if you don't have a mechanic look at it, what good is that? Right? Did you hear what I said? Sometimes the mechanic don't find everything. Looking at a car, it may not even move, be the prettiest car on the lot. You might have a lemon. I ain't trying to describe us as lemons, but you get what I'm saying. So they don't want medical opinions. They want the average person to judge whether you should get your VA compensation or have a disability at all. If I can't see it, you don't got it. Now, listen, Jalova say, yes, the DSM-V5 updates were sent out in twisted mailings. No one could understand, of course. They got all these different parts to it. I kind of explained it, but they really, you can't explain because it's not meant for us to be able to understand. Listening to that bald dude gives me PTSD. Now he's talking about toxic exposure. I hear U.S. Army grunt. Now, J. Oliver says toxic exposure, MUCME, terror, ILER, PACT Act. Now let's see what he's talking about. How that relates to mental health. We'll see.
review of your disability criteria.
I will ask Ms. Tang to weigh in on this question, please.
Just quickly, I'm out of time.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, good that you're out of time.
So we have a process by which we look at toxic exposures through our military, I'm sorry, it's called the MEES, it escapes me right now what that group looks at, but that's a separate group that looks for things based off our presumptive conditions,
Right.
based off the codified requirement for that disease process. So we look at those slightly differently based off exposures and what the science and evidence shows based off that exposure.
And you've made my point, more complexity. I yield, Chairman.
You make my point. More complexity. Complexity don't mean bad. Made my point. What was his point, family? Do anybody get his point? What was the point of this senator?
And what the science and evidence shows based off that exposure.
Listen,
And you've made my point, more complexity.
so it need to be simple. More complexity. What does complexity mean? The rating schedule is complex. Mental health ratings are complex. Evaluations for mental health conditions is complex, but they have a manual to break it down. He don't know nothing going on. Who dude is this? Now, 66 say, another thing, they don't take into account veterans before us suffering in silence, all because they were afraid to ask for help. That happens with veterans. How many became alcoholics, got hooked on drugs, or had physical pain and they just dealt with it? How many veterans do y'all think this is going to affect in discouraging them from getting their disability? Do you think this would discourage veterans to hear people in the Senate talk like this? Now, then we're going to stop there. We're going to do them one by one. Right? We ain't going to stop there today. I think we done enough for today. And we're going to read y'all Give me a second. Now we're going to read y'all statements here. All right, here we go. And then we got our brother, U.S. Army Grunt says, my next claim is for Fort McClellan, 1985 to 1987, as a drill sergeant. Let me ask you a question, U.S. Army Grunt. Is he discouraging you from filing a claim? Who in here is discouraged from filing a claim because of this statements by these Congress people? Let us know. Now we have let me see, did I move? Let me make sure I got this right. I like that. Okay, that wasn't what I was trying to do. All right, let's see. Now we're gonna pull it up. We're gonna boot this. Now, listen. I hate when I do that and it don't show the whole thing. Let's see. All right, now we have 66 say they were mad because today's veterans make them honor their part of the contract. That's facts. Now we're not suffering like our uncles and aunts, grandfathers and great grandfathers and grandmothers and all that. Now we want ours. While they sit there as fat cats, send us to these hostile situations and risky MOSs. Now listen, Betty Bob say, see, that made do a media movie jumping across that table. Don't jump across it. And then he say, they talking to each other. Okay. Nacho Man say, civilians are able to work as alcoholics, hooked on drugs, and physical pain. Yeah, you know, they do drug tests on us in the military. Charleston says, we say, Bet Baldy last eval as an officer was 4.0, a good oldie boy, a good old boy. Oh boy. Yes. Got my question, but yes, okay. Then Charleston says here, U.S. Army Grunt, I got thyroid cancer with not family history. Well, our prayers, and we hope you get the proper treatment you need. Let us keep it updated. Now, listen, family, we went through that. We went through that today. Now I'm H-Town gonna give his perspective on why this is. So please bear with me here. What it is dealing with the money. They did back in 2024, they did a VA disability statistics about our ratings, how many people are rated at each percentage, and also what disability veterans are rated for. Okay, fam? Follow me. If you want me to pull my face back up on the screen, let me know. I'm just trying to show y'all the whole thing. Let me know if y'all want me back up on the screen. Now, most frequent service-connected disabilities. All right. We got 43 in here right now, family. 43 likes. Thank you. Most frequent disability, top 10. The top 4 is, let us know if you have any of these. Tinnitus. All right. There are 3,255 veterans. 3,000. Correction. Let me correct myself. There are 3,255,323 veterans in 2024 that were service connected for tinnitus. Anybody has number 1 tinnitus, you're service connected or you're trying to get service connected for it, put a 1 in the chat. Number 2, knee injury. There were 2,000,000 69,942 with knee injuries. That's the second most frequent VA disability. Put 2 in the chat if you're service connected for that or trying to get service connected for it. We're gonna go one at a time, okay? Sciatic nerve paralysis, numbness, pain, muscle mass. That's 1,745,314. Now, number 4, cervical strain. That's 1,611,188. And that showed right beneath it, we show the symptoms for tinnitus, sound and hearing with no external source. You hear stuff without being no source. Knee injury, that number 2, limited range of motion. Then sciatic nerve paralysis, numbness, pain, loss of muscle mass, and cervical strain. You have range of motion problems and stiffness, spine contours. Okay, you see that's different images. So let's get into that. You say thank you, UAG. Okay, now then we have we got that. Then we got U.S. Army grunt. Sorry, was answering the question. Thyroid cancer was in 2006. I was stationed at Fort McClellan and had no family history of thyroid. Sorry, H-Town, for not being clear. Don't you have nothing to apologize. Now, number 1, Dallas had tinnitus, okay, or may have. He's filing claim. These are people either filing claim or service connected for it. Brother Dallas, Charleston is service connected, I know. Betty Bob's 2, which is knee injury. 3, sciatic nerve paralysis. Wow. And we got U.S. Army grunt, 1, tinnitus. Then everybody, let me see, I don't want to miss nobody. Mike, we got Mike C in here. Mike C says 1, tinnitus. Okay. Let's see. We got Vin Oliver says 3, and I'll get to your other statements. Sciatic nerve paralysis. I don't know why I'm in trouble. Then we got disabled run in the house. Everybody show love to our brother. As y'all come in, family, smash that like button, please, if the information is informative. Now, any of these conditions, disabled Ronin, let us know. If you're either service connected or filing claims for any of these 4, tinnitus, 1, put a 1 in the chat. Knee injury, put a 2 in the chat. Sciatic nerve injury, 3 in the chat. Number 4, cervical strain. If you're service connected, and these are the top 4 disabilities that veterans are service connected for. Now, let's see. Everybody saying hi. He said hi, fam. We thank you for being in here. Family, we just getting the information out. We doing our best. I hope we're doing a good job. Then Vin Oliver said 3. We did get that. Now I want to get, Betty did a correction. She said 2, 3, and 4 service connected. Okay, you can service connected for 2, 3, and 4. Then 66 say 2, the knee, and 3, the sciatic nerve paralysis. Now we have disabled Ronan says number 1, 3, and 4. So that's tinnitus, 3, sciatic nerve paralysis. This is serious stuff, family. And number 4, cervical strain. Family, they don't know what we go through. We got the destroyer in the house. The destroyer is coming. Family, show love, which y'all have. Let me read what brother, I had to catch those numbers first, 66. What I also don't never hear, our government having first-hand knowledge of certain exposure risk, but still putting service members in harm's way knowingly, hoping it never comes to light. They did that with a lot of veterans, family. Are we doing this thing? Now let's see what do y'all think is the fifth most service-connected disability? You know, we're talking about numbers of veterans that are service-connected. Tinnitus is over 3 million, knee injuries over 2 million, and sciatic nerve is over 1.7 million, and cervical strain 1.6 million. So these are the facts. This was for 2026, fam. Come on now. We getting the statistics out here. 2024, I mean. Number 5 is hearing. And with hearing, mental health. He say mental health. Okay. Number 5 is hearing, though. And they separated. Mental health, terror pact. Okay. Number 5 disability is hearing loss. And that's 1,594,271. These are the numbers that they're looking at. You understand? That they say, hold on, let's see how many veterans are had this disability. That's why they want to get rid of them. Number 5 is that. Number 6, what they brought up tonight, post-traumatic stress disorder, which is a form of mental health. It's a mental health condition and a form of anxiety disorder. They say if we can get rid of mental health, that'll be 1,589,833. PTSD alone, that's not depression and all the other mental health conditions. Can you believe that? Number 6. What's number 7? Well, first, I want you to know when it comes to mental health, I'm glad I remember. I forgot I put this slide in. That you can't pyramid. If you have several mental disorders, I'll tell you now, I have 3 mental disorders. If you're service connected for a mental disorder, put how many you are. I ain't ashamed. You don't have to if you don't want to. I put 3. I ain't gonna tell you what they are. Now, PTSD, bipolar disorder, let's say you had all these. PTSD, bipolar disorder, delusional disorder, major depressive disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder. You could only get a rating for 1. And then 6, I have 3 also. H. Yep. I ain't alone then. I ain't like, why should I feel good that you're in the situation? But I thank you for being honest, but just letting us know, bro. Because number 7, the 7th most disability that people are service connected for are arm injuries. Anybody here have 7? Put 7 in the chat. Now, Army Grunt say 1.58 million for mental health out of 18 million VA number of vets are in the system. Who has, and I forgot to ask y'all for mental health. I should have said it. I'm sorry about that. And hearing loss. But number 7, who have number 7, an arm injury that either you're service connected for or you're trying to get service connected for? This is participation. Ben Olive says arm injury. Thank you. Anybody? That's 1,200,103 veterans with service connected for arm injuries. We're not talking about how much they were getting for it, just service connected for it, okay? Now let's go to number 8. Sorry, I kind of lost track. And number 8, ankle injury. Put number 8 in the chat if you're service connected for an ankle injury. We had 1,142,492 veterans in 2024. And I believe that's what Congress is watching, these numbers to see where they can trim what they call the fat. Really, they're just trying to trim the veteran. Who has an ankle injury that either service connected or trying to get service connected? If it's service connected, put SC for service connected in the chat. And there's only 2 ratings, a 10% rating or a 20% rating. Okay, number 9. Thank y'all for hitting that like button. We appreciate it. Number 9 is dealing with scars, burns, you know, they have a name for it, and razor bumps. All type of skin, wow. 1,125,720. Put number 9 if you have that type of injury. Now, or you're getting surgical, yeah. 66, say ankle injury with medical hardware here. Okay. Number 9, service connected venitis. Put SC if you're service connected for. Family, we helping others, okay? Number 10, migraine headaches. All right? Migraine headaches. If you suffer from any type of migraine headaches, put 10 in the chat and put service connected if it is. So number 9, painful scars. Okay, the painful scar. They do pay. And if the scars are visible, we've done other videos on this, they should give you more. If it's a scar on the face, I think they tend to give you higher ratings. All right, that's my from what I believe I know. Van Olive say number 10, migraine service connected. If you're service connected or not, let us know. Now let's continue. Now we're going to talk about the percentages themselves, not the disability that you're service connected for. We're going to talk about how many people are 0% up to 100%. And we're including all of the 100%, okay? Whether it's temporary, 100%, whether it's individual unemployability, IU, TDIU, or 100% permanent total. So our sister says, try to get it's secondary to my cervical service connection. Okay, number 10, dealing with the migraines. Keep working, sister. We're going to do our best to help you. Family, we doing this thing. Now, it's kind of on the chart here. There's less than 1% of veterans that receive a 0% rating. Okay, I'm trying not to be confusing. All right. Veterans with a 10% rating, that's over 800,000. So this is the pay scale. So notice, I want you to notice something about the scale. Tinnitus is something they brought up because look how much, that's the number 1 disability, and that's their biggest, 10% is their biggest payout. Because remember, the service connected, one of the service connections for tinnitus, the highest is 10%. And they want to go after them 100% because there's a lot of mental health in there. Let's go. Let's see how much people are for each percentage. So it's only 0.11% of disabled veterans have a 0% rating. Less than 0.11% have a 0% rating. Not even 1% of veterans have a 0% rating. I say rated at 100%, 0%. Now, veterans that are rated at 10%, there are 14.64% of disabled veterans. They are 14.64% of disabled veterans. This is in 2024, okay? What about a 20% rating? That is 6.2% of disabled veterans have a 20% rating. 5.2% of disabled veterans have a 30% rating. 5.92% of disabled veterans have a 40% rating. .78% of disabled veterans have a 50% rating. It's not many. Surprise. Now look at this. Now with 60%, it's going toward 10. 7.5% 50% of disabled veterans have a 60% rating. Nine point 10% of disabled veterans have a 70% rating. 9.94% of disabled veterans have an 80% rating. What is this here? 10.39%, 10.38% of disabled veterans have a 90% rating. Uh-oh. Bam. You didn't know 1 out of every 4 disabled veterans have a 100% rating, did you? 25.83% of disabled veterans have a 100% rating, and this is what they want to target. That's what they're trying to get after right here. They saying, why they able to work? Huh? Didn't she make it clear? Let me ask you a question. After watching the video, or with your knowledge, did you hear what the representative from the VA compensation office, Miss, what was her name? Somebody say her name. Tanner or Tan. Can you work with a 100% rating? Let me ask, yes or no? I want everybody to say it in here. Can you work with a 100% rating, 100% permanent total rating? Can you work? I know you can, with no restrictions. I'm talking about 100% permanent total, or just 100%. Can you work? Can you work? From what she said, she told the truth, and then nobody pushed back. Can you work with 100%? It's on right now. It's on fire. Yes, indeed. Can you work? We have no more. I told you could work. Can you work with 100% rating? Can they do anything about it? No. Can you work? I want to know. If you disagree, say it. So 66 say yes. Betty Bob say yes. That's why they're trying to keep you from getting it. Mike C say yes. Then Destroyer said it's on TV now in Congress. I think they playing it in a loop. Now, Flying Irishman, everybody show love. 10 service connected. Okay, service connected for number 10. Can you work? Let's see. Any questions, fam? Come on, we going on to the next section. You see how we breaking down all these statistics and information? This is what we do. We do the research, the scholarship to make sure you right. You straight. Knowledge is power. That's what they said on G.I. Joe. The real American hero. Jay Oliver say, Nina Tan said, by law, you can. By law, you can work with a 100% rating. Did they push back? The lawmakers say, no, you're wrong? Did they say anything? Why did she seem more competent than the lawmakers? Now, listen, our brother say, question, what percentage is disabled veteran of whole living veterans? Say, what percentage is disabled veteran of whole living veteran? Okay, I'm going to show you that again. Give me a second. I forgot to go over there with you. I apologize, okay? I do apologize. There it is. See, I did this down to the number, to the last veteran and the last amount. H-Town went and crunched the numbers, and ain't none of this off. Now he said, what percentage is disabled veterans of whole living veterans in 2024 when they did this study? You're listening? Because we just got through with 2025. When they come up with another study, we're gonna go over that. Listen, there was 5 million, look right above, right below the blue writing. There was DV population right below that. 5,992,967. Huh? Did I answer your question? Let me know if I answered your question. Somebody let me know. Come on now. Now listen to what 66 says. You can have multiple issues that add up to 100% compensation pay, which didn't inhibit you from working. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. It don't have to be one. Oh, flying in the house. What flying? Yeah, everybody's showing the Flying Irishman love. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy. I would like to welcome you to this channel. Everybody show love to the Flying Irishman. I am the H-Town vet, and I would like to welcome you to this live stream, a place where we will discuss a variety of benefits available to veterans, active duty members, their dependents. You understand? So we here not just to show you how to get your benefits, the phases. Number two, when you get them, to know what your benefits are, to inform you what they are. Number three, to help you to protect your benefits. Huh? And number four is make sure you have a place to come you can feel supported. Did I answer your question, Charleston? Let us know. Everybody saying hi. We have 47 likes, family. Family, I'm telling you, that's why let me tell you something. I thank God for people like y'all and people like our brother, Raider HQ, who take time to help people. And that's why we go bless me. You get a chance, go over to his channel. Yes, indeed, fam. Because we working in tangent. He getting it to us from the veteran and the VA employee. He works as in the rating team. Wow. Yes, 5 million disabled veterans. Was that 5 million? Let me see how many it was. No, almost 6 million. 5.99 million disabled veterans. So almost 6 million. I tried to make it look fancy on the screen, sorry. Almost 6 million. They want to cut some of that, huh? 6 million disabled veterans. So follow me. Follow me. 6 million disabled vets, right? Now, give me a second. Okay, they almost had it. See, we breaking this thing down all the way, fam. But this the big problem they got right here. That so many veterans are paid at the 100% rate. Over almost 26% of all disabled veterans are paid at the 100% rate. So if you divide 6 million by 4, what do you get? Divide 6 million by 4. So we would say that half of 6 million is 3 million. What's half of 3 million? Somebody tell me what's half of 3 million. That'll be that 25 to 26% we need. You know what? I'm gonna try to calculate that. See, because they going after that's what they want to do, go after that 100%. Whoo. 1.5 million veterans receive 100% rating. Did you hear me? That's the most frequent rating that veterans have, and they butthurt about it. 1 million, 5K. Wow. 1 million, 5K, which is like he said up here, 1.5. 1,500,000. I like how y'all put it different ways. They don't like that. Now, what are the VA indicators? We're gonna go through this here, different VA disabilities, and we've done this before, but we going over it again. Family, can you believe what we got up in here? Family, we got 48 likes. Y'all make me feel special. Y'all know, y'all keep it up. Y'all gonna make a black man blush. I don't turn red, I turn purple. Y'all trying to make a black man blush. Y'all ain't worth the quarter on a good day, but I love you. You're fam. You understand? We need to encourage ourselves. So total disability indicators mean total. I want you to understand what total mean. Total mean paid at the 100% rate. All right? All right? Permanent means not likely to improve. So permanent and total. Permanent don't mean they said permanent. It means that there's no future exam, not likely to improve. That's what permanent means. Total means you're paid at the 100% rate. Remember that terminology, please. So let's see which disabilities have a 100% rating and which disabilities don't. Play this game with us if you don't mind. And you're going to put percentages. You're going to put either the highest percentage could be 0%. All right, give me a second. All the way to, it could be 0, and it's going to be in 10% increments. 0 to, give me a second here, to 100%. So either it's going to be a 0 rating, a 10% rating, a 20% rating, 30%, 40%, 50%, as you see on the calendar. It's 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, and 100%. Okay? You see the on the scale here, you're going to choose between one of these. And we appreciate your patience. But we like having a little fun up in here. Because we learn while we have fun. Okay? So it's going to be between a 0, as you see on the scale. Get ready. All right? From 0 to 100%, as you see up here on the visual. 10% kind of cut off, but hey, you know what I'm saying. Now listen to 66. Gay said, your good moral compass shouldn't allow you to claim certain issues. So like his does, even though you can and earn it. He get disability. Who in here feel guilty? Let me say, do you feel guilty for filing for VA disability compensation? Or do you feel guilty or shameful for filing for your compensation? Let us know. Now, we're going to go on to it now. Apparently, we're doing this. Now, what they want to do is kind of really get rid of the disability altogether. They want to get rid of disability and the percentages, which is going to hit how much benefits you get and the dollar amount you get. If they get rid of the percentage, they getting rid of how much you get paid, and they getting rid of what benefits that come with that percentage. Come on now. Now listen. Let's see what Charleston say. 66, he says, sailors have been told we don't have moral compass. He's appealing to your moral or moral. I'm going to come back up on the screen, fam, okay? But not now. I want to go over this here. See, none of them are talking about the severity assessment. None of them are talking about it. That's what matters. How frequent your condition, the symptoms, how frequent the symptoms are for your condition, how long the symptoms last for your condition, the impact your condition has on your daily life and work life. This is what they decide at the VA compensation and pension exam, and with the assessment, the severity assessment at the VA themselves. Come on now. Who looks over the DBQ? Oh, look. Sleep apnea. Isn't they talking about, didn't that senator bring up sleep apnea? What you think is the highest percentage you can get for sleep apnea? Let us know, family. What is the highest percentage between 0 and 100% in 10% increments? What's the highest percent that you can get for sleep apnea? Come on, put in the chat. Guess. Ain't nothing wrong with being wrong. Now, Charleston said 66 Sailors have, oh, okay, I read that. Go on, put it in. I want everybody to put theirs in there. Let's have some fun. We ain't got to be right. We got to have, we need to learn this and enjoy it. Now listen to what 66 says. No, my uncle that goes by the name of Sam claims money from my paycheck every week. He sleeps well at night with his moral compass. Come on, we got Timmy in here. We got Tim Hawkins in here. Everybody show love to Tim Hawkins. See, family, we changing the game. Come on, family. And thank y'all that stuck with me all this time. I'm gonna pop up on the screen and welcome y'all to be here. Come on, family. I'm gonna welcome y'all. Thank y'all for showing up, family. You hear what I said? Thank you for showing up, flying Irishman. And then Tim Hawkins. Everybody show love to Tim Hawkins, and we're gonna get back to it. Come on now. Show love to Tim Hawkins. Please let Tim know you appreciate him being here. Come on, that made my day. Now listen, sleep apnea. Let's see what everybody's coming up with. Jay Oliver says the highest rating you can get for sleep apnea is 100%. Van Oliver says the highest rating you can get for sleep apnea is 50%. Tim Hawkins say the highest rating you get is 100%. The Destroyer is coming 50%. Everybody saying hi to Tim. Betty Box did. Chronic, you can get 100%. Jay Oliver says, hi, Tim. Yes, indeed. Let's see what the answer is. And the answer is you can get 100%. Remember, whatever condition you have, there is a rating criteria. Are you listening to me? Hello, you say 100% from Betty. The rating criteria. If it's really bad, now here's the rating criteria for it. Severe cases with complications like heart issues or other serious health problems. So there's going to be some, it could be secondary to these conditions, or it can cause other serious conditions. So this is serious here. They don't need to be playing with our disability. I really appreciate it, people. Tim Hawkins, we appreciate you. And with 100% rating, you can get $3,938.58. People don't realize you can work a job from home. If you got health problems, you can work talking on the phone. So you may make money doing other things. We don't all do manual labor. So that shouldn't affect us making more money, because we have to take care of our family. Why should we be limited to $4,000 or $50 they give? I mean, $100 something they give us for 10%. No, we shouldn't be limited. Now let's go on to the next one. Family, I hope y'all enjoying this. The next one is mental health ratings. I was already told it. The highest you can get is 100%. Oh Lord, I told it in the thumbnail. Highest you can get is mental health ratings. Tell me some of the conditions. PTSD is one of them. What are other mental health conditions? If y'all want to put some in the chat. PTSD is one of them. What are some of the other mental health conditions? I'm gonna have y'all put, you might be diagnosed with. Let us know. Now, I learned something from Rate HQ that you don't necessarily have to have symptoms at this 100% rate. I don't want to misquote him, but he's saying you can get it without that. You can get 100% for mental health. But look at this here. These are the issues. You get disoriented, place of time. I'm starting at the top. Total occupational and social impairment due to such symptoms. So other ones, this major depressive disorder. Now they have a DBQ, a disability benefit questionnaire for PTSD, and then another one for mental health, what is that? Major with depression and other mental health conditions. They all have a similar criteria, but they have PTSD set off by itself. You can get a DBQ if it's for depression or anxiety or something else, you get that other depression and other mental health conditions, DBQ. Now, say major depressive disorder, mental health, OCD, that's right. We have a video on there, anxiety, depression, and adjustment disorder. Yes, indeed. Now, if you have 100% for mental health, you just generally you're displaying some of these symptoms: gross impairment in thought processes or communication, persistent delusions or hallucinations, gross impairment, inappropriate behavior. Hold on, I say grossly inappropriate behavior. I mean, persistent dangers of hurting self or others. Because remember, once you get up to 70, that's when self-harm or trying to unalive your own self, that becomes an issue. Don't worry about telling them. Let them know if you attempted or thought about it. Let them know. As long as you don't have a current plan, they're not really going to bother with you. Now, intermediate inability to perform activities of daily life, including maintenance of minimal personal hygiene, disorientation of time and place. You don't know where you at. You think President Nixon is still a president. Memory loss for names of close relatives, own occupation, or own name. You may not know who your family is or who you are. It can be real severe. Family. This is when you're filing your claim. If you're filing one for mental health, you need to know the rating criteria and know that you can get 100% for PTSD and other mental health conditions. Now, goals for scarring. What do you think the highest rating you can get for scarring, family? We 2 hours and 23 minutes. We're going to get out of here in a minute. What do you think the highest rating between 0 and 100% that you can get for scarring? Let us know. Between 0 and 100% in 10% increments. What's the highest rating you can get? Betty Bob say 10%. Come on. Can I get somebody else? Scarring that occurred in the military as a result of military service. And make sure y'all claim, let's say you were attacked, you had they like beat you up or something, or you were violated. Any scars or injuries, you should be able to claim those secondary to the assault. Did you hear what I said? Jay Oliver say 80% for scarring, up to 80%. What's the highest you can get for scarring? Anybody else, fam? We're going to go on with it. You can keep put your answers in there. The highest you can get is 80%. So if you have scarring, this is the highest, but they have a rating schedule for different ones. But for 80%, the rating criteria is for scars: veteran who displays tissue loss or gross disfigurement of 3 or more characteristic or features, or the presence of an unstable scar. Come on now. So our brother Jay Oliver was right on that one. A couple of y'all was right on the 100%, but we ain't keeping score. Razor bumps do not qualify for this rating. Okay, now 80% rating. Okay, now, and that's $2,102.15 a month. Now, a lot of people didn't know you can get a lot for scarring. Let's go to the next. We got a few more. Back pain, that back injury. What can you get for that back injury? What's the highest rating you can get for a back injury? Let me put that in there. What's the highest you can get for a back injury, family? Back injury. What's the highest you can get for a back injury? Let us know. What do y'all think it is? Uh, 100% totally paralyzed. Charleston say 30%. We just having fun. Go ahead and guess in there, family. I didn't know these until I looked up the information. I ain't gonna lie to you. I had no idea until I did research a while ago on this. Charleston say 30%. Okay. Let's see. Oh, look, see, new people. See, when we have fun like this here, everybody show love to Sherry Strokes. Say 100%. And you are the winner. You and Betty Bops are the winner. I'm just joking. See, when we do stuff like this is interesting, but also informative and necessary. So back pain, rating criteria, right? Unfavorable, I don't know how to say that, anosis of the entire spine. Spine is frozen in a bent position. That's really serious, fam. So Betty said hi to Sherry, and I'm gonna come up on the screen and say, Sherry, we're so glad that you're here. We appreciate you. All right, Cheryl Strokes. I say Cheryl. I'm sorry. Cheryl. Yes, indeed. Everybody showing love. Thank you. Let's get back to it here, fam. Now, fam, we learned it while we having fun. I fussed a little bit earlier about the Congress. Now, migraine headaches. What's the highest percentage rating you can get for migraine headaches? Between 0 and 100%. Let us know. And 10% equal, 0, 10, 20, 30, 40. What's the highest you can get? Let us know. Yes. I'm sorry for saying Sherry is Cheryl. I'm sorry. 0 to 100%. What's the highest you can get, fam? Betty Bob say 50. And Cheryl say hi to everybody. And Charles say hi to her. Charleston say 30%. Okay. Come on, fam. Talk to me. The highest you can get for migraines is 50%. All right, now the symptoms you have to get a 50% rating. So that's the max, okay? So when somebody tell you, I can get you 100%, I can get you 100% for migraines, that's not true. The highest you can get is 50%. That's why you need to know the rating schedule for your disability you're filing a claim for. This is the max, 50%. This is the max rating and is awarded to veterans whose migraines attacks are very frequent, completely prostrating, meaning they have to lay down somewhere in a cool room. It depends on how you do it. Prolonged and causes severe economic inadaptability. And at 50% rating, you only get $1,132.90. Now, okay, fam. Let's just have fun. We ain't got to be right all the time. Tinnitus. What is the highest rating you can get for tinnitus, fam? Let us know. What is the highest rating? What is the highest rating? The ringing in the ears, but there's no quantifiable source for the ringing in the ears. What is the highest rating, fam? Let us know. Charleston says 10%. You got it, Charleston, because you had a disability, so that's cheating. And yes, indeed. Let's see. Betty Bob say 10%. Let's see. Now, tinnitus rated 10%. That's the highest rating you can get, $180 with the current rating schedule for 2000 for this year. Is $180.42. Now listen, what are the criteria? And this is what they rate you based on severity level. Listen to me. A condition where a person perceives ringing, buzzing, hissing, or other noises in their ear, even when there is no external sound source. Okay? Rated by VA at 10%, regardless of whether one or both ears. Now, did they tell you that also, Charleston? It don't matter whether you have it in one or both ears. Come on, fam. TBI, what's the highest rating you get for TBI? Tim Hawkins said 100% for the last one. How much for TBI? Now we on the TBI. What's the highest rating you can get for TBI? Let us know. Now we're at TBI. What's the highest rating you can get for TBI? That's traumatic brain injury. When you have a concussion or you had impacts from an explosions. 100%. Yes, on decision letter, I have left ear. Okay. Okay. Talking about the tinnitus. Come on, fam. We almost done. Let's see. For that traumatic brain injury, you can receive 100%, which is almost $4,000 a month. Total impairment requiring ongoing support and supervision. Many people end up on getting special monthly compensation because of it. TBI, 80%. It's actually 100, but you were close. Now let us continue. Because I didn't know none of this, fam, other than mental health. Type 2 diabetes. What's the highest you can get for type 2? What is the highest you can get for diabetes? Type 2 diabetes. What's the highest you can get, fam? What is the highest you can get for type 2 diabetes? Let us know. Let's get at least one answer. Let us know. What's the highest thing? What's the highest rating you can get for type 2? Charleston say 50%. Let me bring my face up on the screen. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to do it that way. All right. There we go. There we go. Type 2. Okay. Let me come back up on the screen, family, so y'all can see me. 50%. Come on, talk to me, family. Let us know. When I came up, the percentage dropped. The highest you can get for diabetes, the rating criteria is 100%, about $4,000 a month. Now, these for people that require insulin injections more than once a day, a restricted diet, and regulation of activities, you know, what you're doing, with complications such as ongoing weight loss, loss of strength, or complications that won't warrant separate evaluation. So understand, these are the things when you're fighting for your disability that the raters are looking at. Do you have these symptoms at the 100% level? Now, what is percentage, the highest percentage you can get for erectile dysfunction? What is the highest percentage? Anybody know? ED, erectile dysfunction. What's the highest percentage you can get? %10 for ED. Okay. All right. Let's look at it. Yeah, you'll be rated at 0%, but because of you'll be service connected at 0%, but because it's a special monthly compensation, SMCK, you get $139.87. Now, dealing with a hysterectomy, what's the highest amount that a woman can get, a female veteran can get for having a hysterectomy? Let us know. If you know or guess it. Because these things, a lot of people don't even know you can get service connected for. Betty Bob say 30% for hysterectomy. Let's see. %50%. You were close, sister. Hysterectomy. Initial 3 months, you do get a temporary 100% for all hysterectomies for the first 3 months. After that, complete hysterectomy, uterus and ovaries removed, 50% for the initial 3 months. The uterus removed, and 30% is one of them, sister. So you're right. Uterus removed, ovaries, it depends on what part of the reproductive system is moved. So always when you have the disability, look for the rating criteria. If you have a 50% rating, you're getting $1,132.90 at the time of this video. Come on, fam. Asthma. What's the highest rating you can get for asthma? What is the highest rating a veteran can get? What's the highest disability rating for asthma? Somebody get to us. We have about a few more to go. We're going to be done. Anybody have an idea? Guess. What's the highest for asthma? Service-connected asthma. Our brother say, Jalva say 100%. Then I bet about say 30% is for PCOS with medication treatment. Okay. All right. Betty says 100%. Okay, let's see. For asthma. Now, asthma, you can get 100% rating. Lung function test. So, you know, you got to meet these requirements. And this is what they're going to be looking at the rating office. They're going to look at your medical records and see if you have these type of numbers, okay, on the lung function test. So isn't it good that you know what you need to get what you deserve? COPD, what's the highest rating you can get for COPD? Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. What is the highest VA rating you can get for COPD? Okay, brother, I know you sick, but letting you know we got love. Everybody show love to Raider in here. I know you ain't the only one. We were saying we're gonna be praying for you, brother. What's the highest rating you can get for COPD? You know we here, and however you want to do it, you know you welcome. You want to sit back and whatever, you good. You say I'm sick. Raider came up here sick, and before his live stream last night, it was on fire. Please go on that, and we're gonna put the link in our chat here for his live stream from last night. I watched it about 3 times. Let me see, because I got questions. See, you gave me answers, and it helps me. I've been getting information from you, bro. Now, what's the highest rating you can get for COPD? J. Oliver say 100%. Betty Bob say 100% COPD. J. Oliver say 100%. And we got Raider say 100%. Raider, we gonna see if you right, Raider. Coach say hi to Raider. Raider say hi all. And then hello, Raider. Yes, indeed. Hey, dude, Raider. Yes, indeed. And the answer is 100%. Now, the rating criteria rating criteria indicates severe limitations and a substantial impact on daily life, potentially requiring assistance with basic needs. My question is, and you all you have to do is yes or no, Raider, would this almost automatically qualify you for special monthly compensation when you need assistance with basic tasks? Would COPD qualify somebody if you're 100% with COPD? Would that automatically qualify you? And y'all tell me what y'all think. Would that automatically qualify you for special monthly compensation? I'm asking for a friend. Oh, no, not just the diagnosis. But what is, so the diagnosis at 100% don't do it, but what about, can you use the fact, they're going to look at what basic needs that you can't meet. Okay, maybe that, let us know. Listen, we learned something tonight. Raider said you might get S1 for additional 60%. So that 60%, y'all know, that's an extra almost $500. Come on now. Oh, you got talking money now. We talk money over here. Jay Oliver say different form. Okay, okay. Mm, mm. Okay, it's SMCL if you are unable to do activities for daily living. I gotta ask, bro, or anybody that know, what is it for housebound? Now listen what Rader says, but it must be proven medically that you require it. It has to be proven. So is this a separate evaluation from your service connection, I'm assuming? Wow. Now, family, let's see. We got a few left here. Hypertension. What is the highest rating you can get for hypertension, fam? Come on in here. We checking to see what's the highest VA rating that a veteran can get that's service connected for hypertension. Give you a few minutes, a few seconds, I mean. Any comments y'all want to make about what we're talking about? That's good too. Y'all welcome. Chat it up. We're going to go on to it. Jay Oliver say 100%. He said, I'll abstain from answering. You are the teacher, sir. The teacher can't answer the question. All the teacher does is give us homework. Raider, tell us the truth. Were you the individual in class that when it was a Friday, you reminded the teacher, you say, hey, do we have any homework for the weekend? Were you that person? Oh, so listen, y'all need to write this down. It's under DC 7101. Family. Betty Bob say 50%. 66 say 100%. We about to find out for hypertension and what the criteria for that percentage. Now, this is interesting. Hypertension, the highest you can get is 60%, which is at the time of this video is $1,435.02. Now, I'm confused. This is what I want to ask you, Raider, that I've been wanting to ask you for a while. Do you think having your medical background makes your job easier? Do you think that a Raider with a medical background has more of a easier job dealing with these things? Let us know. So you were right, 66. Oh, Raider right there. Look at Raider. Hold on. Let me put my head on. Raider,
Yeah,
I'm
me too.
trying
Hold
to
on.
be messy. He ain't gonna never get well. Everybody, Raider HQ. If you don't know him, go over to his channel. Go ahead, brother Raider. I'm sorry. He never gonna get well. It's gonna be my fault. And I'm gonna have to tell everybody about my rough childhood. Because this man, how authentic are you when you are still fighting a flu, but coming up and supporting other people? Go ahead, brother.
It's okay. No, I mean, I might as well just talk. I mean, but medical background helps immensely because you have to have training in medical because you've got to know what pulmonare is. You've got to know what diastolic is, systolic is in order to read the things. I mean, you have to have some kind of background. The more background you have, the better it is. As long as you have an open mind and you don't have bias. Like there are times when people have a medical background and they have bias and then they start not following the evidence, they start following their bias. So it can be a double-edged sword.
Okay. So let me ask you. So if you were the secretary of the VA, would you require certain individuals? You go in there and the mantle is handed over to you from Pastor Dougie. Would you require that at least a certain percentage of the staff have a medical background? And would you assign certain cases to those with that medical background?
If it were me in a hypothetical wave a magic wand thing, yeah, I would require it to some degree. I would do the WarTAC program and let all the combat medics come over and let them get good jobs because you can't, like combat medics, it translates to an EMT basic a lot of the time.
Yes.
And that's like minimum wage, right? And combat medics have seen a lot of things. They know a lot of things. They train up, uh, I've done interosseous IVs through the bone,
Yes.
I've done a lot of I've done a lot of crazy things. But yeah, it would be very nice if they were all medically inclined. So that way, when they're reading the medical opinions of the doctors,
Yes, sir.
they can understand, hey, that's hinky. Come on now. Or, and not just take the examiner's word for it.
Mm.
A lot of the time, that's what teammates would do is they would come up to me and say, hey, you're better at this. You have does this make sense to you? Does this look legit? Because they're trying to advocate for the veteran, right? Like,
Right.
and when they come up and they're like, look, man, this doesn't look right. And I'm like, yeah, that's not right. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, I'm going to send it back. I'm going to send it back and make them clarify. We're going to give this veteran another chance at this. Okay, good. Yeah, awesome. And
Do
but
they
yeah, I
always
would.
require that you defer the claim, or
Yes.
you? Oh, so if that happens, is that an automatic deferral because you send it back to the examiner for more
Correct.
information or clarification? You just
Correct.
taught me something, bro. Thank you.
Because the claim leaves the rating and it goes back to development is what it does. Anytime that an exam is done, anything like that, that's development that's happening. The
Wow.
claim is not at the process to be rated or adjudicated. So that's why we have to defer it back. And oftentimes people want to be accurate with it, but rather than just go, okay, good luck, everyone, they will actually ask somebody that knows what they're doing in that and just go, hey, does this look okay? Now, obviously, if it's if it's a cardiologist that did the thing, it's like, okay, that's cool. I'm going to trust them, right? Because they're a cardiologist. But sometimes you'll have, and I'm not trying to be biased or anything like that, but you'll have nurse practitioners who are trying to overturn like a cardiologist or a neurologist or these specialists, right? Like an orthopedic surgeon. They'll overcome what the orthopedic surgeon says, and nah, I don't believe that. And that's where having a rater with a medical background really does help.
Because that's what look, the PhD he was a psychologist. He was overriding two psychiatrists and one psychologist who had been doing it for like 15, 20 years. And this guy was doing it for 3 years. I'm not criticizing, but he's questioning all my doctors. And I'm like, hey. And so you said sometime it happened where these nurse practitioners, they start questioning the doctor's evidence or clinical evidence.
And they say that they know better. It's a weird power trip that happens sometimes where they have all the power and they get to flex and say, nah, that person that got theirs, because I'm all about you put in the time, you got yours, right? Like you spent the 12 years to become a specialist. I'm going to respect that to a point. Now, if you make a legal mistake, like you cite something that's not physically true, I'm going to throw that back in that specialist's face going, okay, I'm cool up until here, and then you lost me. Okay, could you bring me back onto can we get together on this and talk, But
and I want that. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just coughing.
Oh Lord, I forgot what I was saying. Because you did something about 3 live streams ago, and I pay attention to things because this is something that I'm really dedicated to. You said, no, you were talking about the who could do the exam as far as it being a psychologist or psychiatrist. I want to ask you if you have no diagnosis, because this is something that's come up constantly between us veterans. You have no diagnosis of a mental health condition in particular. Let's say PTSD.
Okay.
Can you get a formal diagnosis outside the VA system that would be acknowledged? Or does that mental health condition service connection have to be inside the VA system?
It does not have to be inside the system. The way that you should think about this is no matter who you get your diagnosis from, as long as they took the natural steps to get there, right? Like you did the PHQ-9, the GAD-7, all the diagnostic testing to determine it, as long as you don't just like spend one time and go, yeah, he's got the worst PTSD I've ever seen. Okay, evidenced by what? How did you diagnose him? The DSM-5 for mental health is the kind of like the code book for, or the procedural book for mental health providers to diagnose things. And the
Yes.
DSM-5 has certain criteria in it. So like major depressive disorder requires 6 months of symptoms to be prevalent before, like there's certain criteria for each one of the diagnosis. If the person that gives you the diagnosis cannot cite check all the boxes to merit the diagnosis, then that raises concerns about the validity of the diagnosis. So it doesn't matter who did it. But yeah, you can have a non-VA provider and it's supposed to weigh exactly the same as long as they followed the steps, right?
Okay. Now, go
yeah.
ahead.
Well, it's like, I've got a broken arm. Okay, where's the x-ray? We didn't take one. Okay, then how do you know it's broken? It's like that.
Wow. It's as simple as that sometimes.
It is. And that's where the credibility, the authenticity start playing a part in. That's where the raters start looking at things legally. Okay, how did you get to that conclusion? Medically, how did you get there? A lot of the time, that's where the raters are, and that's what they're thinking about.
Right, right. So, Raider, that's something. Let's see what our brothers say. In my opinion, it will be a downslide when it comes to severity. And let's see. Oh, he comments on what we asked about mental health. I mean, having a medical background. Even if you have a medical background person saying assigned to each rating section, a rater could refer back if they had a question.
And that's typically what happens. So
Okay.
there'll be teams of 14 raters on a team. And what they like to do, and I can't generalize this to all regional offices because I haven't been to all regional offices and I haven't been on every single team, but they like to spread around the knowledge. So that way you don't have one human being or one team out of 13 teams that have all the smartest people on it, all the most skilled people. You want to spread them out so that way they can train up everyone else. And that way you're bringing everyone else up. That's how, my RO did it at least, I mean, I can't say everybody's, but,
Okay. Now, I want to ask you, it's been a few questions I want to ask you, bro. And y'all have a few little questions. We don't want to hold our brothers too long. This is one of them. About, give me a second here. I think let me see. Pyramiding.
okay.
I want to ask you this about pyramiding when it comes to mental health conditions. I don't have a clear understanding on whether eating disorders, you can have an eating disorder and it's not pyramiding if you have PTSD, bipolar, or any other mental health condition.
Correct.
Can you get rated for both? And please, could you help us to understand that? Because even though I kind of know it's right, I don't know why. And do I need to know the why? Or should I just...
No.
Why does it run me crazy?
Well, because we get told time and time again that mental health all gets lumped together under 38 CFR 4.7. There are no exceptions. No exceptions.
That's what they say.
Yeah, that's what they say. And the reason why they say that is because it is so much. Because if you give 1 inch on this topic, somebody will go, okay, but what about insomnia? I mean, come on. I could do it secondary. Come on, man. I could get separately granted on that. But everybody does that. They're like, look, no. But I do have anxiety, but I got the PTSD. I need them both to be separate. They're not the same thing. So, I mean, out of absolute frustration, they said, look, everything mental health goes into mental health. The only exception to the pyramiding, because everything has an exception with the VA. Right,
okay.
The VBA has it's got the rule and then it's got the exception.
Exception always.
So yeah, so the exception is eating disorders, but not very many people have eating disorders.
Quite interesting.
This is not meant to be sexist or anything like that, but this is one of those situations where men are the larger demographic in the military and the veteran community. There are less eating disorders in there, so it's a relatively rare thing.
Okay.
Now, female veterans can have it more often than male veterans generally. I'm not making a stereotype there. I'm just saying that it can happen. I've only rated it one time.
Okay.
So it's so rare that they
Wow.
just say, look, we don't even want to talk about it, because the moment that we start talking about it, everyone starts misunderstanding. And then we're back here where, okay, well, I want my major depressive disorder separate than my PTSD. It's not the same thing. I got them at 2 separate times. I should have 2 separate ratings for that. And we're like, dude, that doesn't work that way. And then when we get eating disorders, then yes, and they go all the way up to 100% themselves. So you
Oh,
can have
wow.
yeah. So if there's a general scheduler rating for eating disorders, and it can go all the way up to 100%. So it is something that, like, and you don't want to be that person. Let me just be
No.
honest with you here. So like, if you go into the eating disorders, self-induced weight loss to less than 80% of the expected minimum weight,
That's dangerous.
that is dangerous, with incapacitating episodes at least 6 weeks total duration per year, and requiring hospitalization more than twice a year for parenteral nutrition or tube feeding. So
To be clear, this
Yeah.
would include being anorexic and bulimia. Are there
Yes.
any other eating disorders that might fall into that?
Officially, no. But if they're kind of like a synonym for them, is look, I would take hey, look, this behaves like anorexia. Okay, like
Right.
I'd take that. But it's anorexia nervosa and
Yes.
bulimia nervosa. Okay, those are the 2 that are generally identified as being the exceptions to the rule. Those 2. Okay.
Okay. Charleston says, Raider, the new mental health requirements of level of examiner, how do Raiders qualify examiner, nurse practitioner over first year intern of PhD students?
They don't. Like, there's no, like, you're more important than this person. It's literally, as long as everything on the DBQ is sufficient.
Okay.
If they're a nurse practitioner and they have formal, what is it? I forget the term because my head. But if they're supervised, if they receive supervision from a qualified person and all the legal boxes are checked, then it doesn't matter if they're a nurse practitioner. If the DBQ is sufficient, it's sufficient. It doesn't matter who did it. Yeah.
Okay.
As-
Okay.
Go ahead.
Raph says, very confusing on why was that Latreia said we might grandfather the last generation when any change comes not to be retroactively according to law.
Should not be retroactive.
Should not be. Yeah, should not be. So is there a grandfather? They've done this mental health change to the functional, the way they do it. How does that affect veterans going for because is it not based on the rating criteria no more?
Okay. This is
you
going
can
to be a
answer his
long
question.
answer. Well,
Go ahead and
no,
answer
this
his
is going to be a long answer for both. So I don't know what Luttrell means, because Luttrell doesn't have any authority on what's going to happen. Doug Collins is going to determine how this gets implemented. So it's his wheelhouse. It's Burger King. He gets to have it his way. He'll do it however he wants to. This congressional authority thing is where they're talking about it and they're trying to strong arm the VA into doing something, but the VA will implement it however they implement it. It's why I haven't I've done a video kind of generally talking about it, but I haven't, like the Civ Div Veterans Info Tap, they're on this all the time. Like, hey, look, this is what's happening. This is what's happening. And I'm fine with that. But we don't know what the final product is because the VA they could change their mind last minute, right? They could change their mind last minute, and they could just sit there and go, look, we don't know. And we're going to do this. But if you So here's what's going to happen. Okay, the sky is not falling yet.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what's going to happen. So the VA is going to establish a hard time, and then they are going to, in the M21-1, they are going to put, this is what we're doing. Final answer.
Hmm.
It will take effect on this date. Okay. Now, there's a lot of moving parts here. It's going to happen in about 6 months. How do you, or how did the veterans that you know, the veterans that you touch with your message, how do they know what to do? Now, I'm going to
Yes.
tell you up front, okay? An intent to file will not, and I cannot express this any more severe, like as serious as a heart attack on this. An intent to file will not hold your place in the historical criteria, which matters. It matters for tinnitus. It matters for sleep apnea. It can matter for mental health if you care about that. But the problem is going to be that intent to files do not hold your place. Only a claim. You have to have a diagnosis. You
Oh,
have to
man.
have a claim in before the change. If
So
you
the,
do not have those things, you're under the new criteria.
so the date you filed the intent to file, that doesn't lock in. That just locks in your payment. Wow.
It doesn't. So, and it has been years, and I have actually spoken to Veterans InfoTap. I have actually spoken to the Civ Div on this topic and said, look, guys, you guys have got to not do this because there's gonna be a lot of people that are upset if they don't change it. Because when they did the digestive changes to GERD, right? They did it in, was it May 19th, 2024?
Yes.
I want to say off the top of my head.
I don't know
Those
yet.
changes, yeah, and that's fine. Those changes that happened back in the day for that,
For
if you didn't
GERD.
have a claim in, yeah, if you didn't have a claim in before the changes and you just had an intent to file, then what would happen is they would rate you, like if they would go back in time and use the old standard to give you back pay. But as soon as you met that May 19th date, they pushed you to the new standard, which pissed people off. It upset a lot of people because they're like, whoa, 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 why do you keep changing me to the new standard? And they're like, because you didn't have a claim in before the entitlement arose. You did not meet criteria for the historical criteria because your claim wasn't in during the historical criteria.
But if they were on, is it more prone for veterans to get GERD that have been on a ship?
Oh, that I couldn't tell you. I mean, that's I don't have any science to back that up.
Okay.
But it is weird that you have all these images just sitting here. Like it's very weird. It is very weird and coincidental that because we didn't plan this at
No.
all.
Hey,
you
tell
just
them we
have
didn't plan this. Tell
You
them we didn't. Tell them we did
Very
not plan.
odd. Like it's very odd that you just have these here. You are a mind reader, sir.
Look, my brain. It's unfortunate that when they did a sleep study on me, they say they don't know how I walk around because my brain is just as active, sometimes more active than when I'm woke. And they say we don't know how you're going to live because your brain activity is off the chart.
You predicted it.
Huh? Yeah, I'm just I don't know. It's just I think about this thing. Go ahead and what you about to say?
No, I was just like, so you saw the news, right? You saw the VA or that congressional hearing tonight, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
We talked about it.
Okay. I didn't get to see all of it, but change is going to happen regardless. But the thing
Yes.
is that I like the fact that this committee wasn't full of bullshittery Lieutenant Dan nonsense. Like it seemed to say, okay, if we're going to change things, let's change it and make it right, but let's change it and follow science and follow this. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. It's not about feelings and all the weirdness.
Right.
But
I'm listening.
I have a complete, like I've watched videos, like people have put out videos. I put out one video just talking about my opinion on the mental health changes. And I hope that they make some changes to what they're proposing.
Oh,
And
interesting statement.
yeah, like I really do. Like I know that like different YouTube providers or YouTube people, they like some of them like the changes, some of them don't like the changes, but not for the reasons why I do or do not like the changes.
Okay.
Because what they're planning on doing here is they're planning on making it to where the current system can require you to have like hallucinations, delusions, things like that, or like circumstantial, circumlocutory speech, things that can be observed and identified and checked box on a thing. The new system that is proposed is based upon how your symptoms affect you specifically in the spheres of your life. Okay.
So, given the symptoms that are on the screen, they're no longer going to use this rating criteria. It's not going to be as a general
Uh-uh.
application. It's going to be specifically for the individual.
Yes. Yes, which
How does
sounds
that work?
awesome. Well, that's the thing. It's based upon subjective communication. So you have to report, like, hey, look, this is like, okay, for somebody like me, it would be easy to prove 100%. I suffer from agoraphobia. This
Yes.
100% of the time affects my ability to socially interact with people.
Yes.
That would be the easiest way for somebody to prove 100%. Like I am totally impaired in the social category because I can't go out and socialize with people. I'm impaired. My disability impairs me. That is awesome, right? Like you're going to think that that is awesome in terms of getting accurately rated.
Yes.
But the problem is how articulate and how effective the individual is at communicating. So people that are good at communicating will be able to take advantage of the new mental health change criteria to talk and basically share their statements.
What if they can't remember their own name or their family members? What if
Or
they
what
get disoriented?
exactly? Or what if they are not good reporters? Right? What if they're not good reporters? Then that demographic of us, of our brothers and sisters, will suffer under this new system.
Oh, Lord.
So the most vulnerable, the most severely mentally ill, the ones that don't like paranoid schizophrenics, things like that, like situations where they will not openly talk to the provider,
How would
they will
somebody
suffer.
in a catatonic state that's paranoid schizophrenic, how do they expect them to properly articulate what they're experiencing? Is that
Well,
reasonable?
I mean, obviously the diagnosis comes with some telltale symptoms, right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
So you will have the opportunity for examiners to lean in to situations like that and actually like advocate on the veteran's behalf and go, look, I don't need them to tell me that they're impaired. I mean, this person's been arrested 6 times for, being naked on top of a cop car.
Yes,
Like
yes.
I don't mean to say that facetiously or
I
anything
know
like
you
that, but
don't.
you can use evidence like that objectively so that there would be ways to show that. But what we're talking about mostly, that's for somebody that's in the system, diagnosed, but we're talking about homeless veterans who don't have a diagnosis, who you can't get to go to, this, that, and the other. I see vulnerabilities there. And I see that, those of us that are able to, yes, I'm, a veteran with a disability. I'm not a disabled veteran. That's how I see myself. I'm a veteran with a disability. I do my best. I try to, I've got my impairments, but that's going to work really great for some veterans that can talk and articulate and go to the CMP exams.
I got an answer. I got a possible answer. You can tell me if this reasonable. Why not take a close family member, such as a spouse or somebody that's taking care of you, to help articulate what you're going through if you can't properly do it yourself?
That's going to need to be what happens. So that's going to be the part where we'll have a learning curve. The veteran community will have a learning curve for the new changes to mental health. but that is going to be something that I think everyone should do. If you have a close, like a support network where it's a friend, a family member, something like that, bring them with you if you are not the best at speaking and sharing what it is that's going on with you. Because if you don't, there will be winners and there will be losers in the mental
Mm.
health fight. And I don't like that. Like, I don't like a system. I fundamentally think that if the system is flawed to where the people, the symptoms that we're trying to figure out are, can cause a veteran inadvertently to be lower rated than somebody else that just is better at communicating,
Yes.
that's the system has failed. Right. And I see this as a vulnerability. As somebody who has provided care to people and somebody that has rated claims, I don't like it. Now, from the rater perspective, and now this is just my perspective. Hey, zombie. I think this will empower the rater to have more say in the mental health ratings. And I have mixed feelings about that too.
Mm.
Because subjective statements, this will all be based upon subjective statements, how the veteran reports things. So the rater could have the ability to say, hey, look, this lay statement by this veteran says this, this, and this. You need to account for this, Mr. Examiner, Mr. or Mrs. Examiner. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities for raters to catch your lay statements. And that's basically it. Your lay statements will have more power and authority in the mental health rating criteria.
Okay, I don't want to hog the scene because I got another follow-up question to ask you about that, but we got Raph will say, thank you, HQ, Rater HQ. Great answer. I am rated, but this gives new constant anxiety, making me angry how they keep talking about this like just cause I have a job, it automatically fixes Iraq nightmares.
No, and I get you, Raph. I do. I get you. Okay. And that's why I am slow with this. I mean, I'm going, look, guys, the sky is not falling yet. Okay. Like, it's not falling. We've got time. We can adjust to this. One of the best things for this right now, this change for mental health alone, one of the things that I see is those of us that are good at communicating have the best opportunity to get 100% for mental health itself and subsequently SMCS1 with these changes.
Okay, unfortunately, brother, even though I may seem like I talk good, the fact people don't realize that when our brother's talking about that those mental health at the 100% and the different things we have,
yes.
that I'm talking to Rader right now. I understand Rader because he has similar to what I have, so he don't judge me and I don't judge him. And so when it comes to mental health, I feel more comfortable because, brother, wait, let me get this here because I got to tell you something. It's kind of hitting me, but I want to take Charleston said, but Rader, most close family don't want to hear of phobias related to military PTSD.
I mean, I'll agree with that, but the new system won't be you trying to put your symptoms in a box that it doesn't fit in. This will be like, hey, tell us how what's the average month look like? Does he go out? Is he happy? No, he's not happy. He's angry all the time. Oh, so he's angry all the time. What does that look like? Is he completely angry? Does he shut down? Does he isolate? Oh yeah, he does all those things. Okay, well, how often does that happen? Because that's the other thing. It needs to be completely impairing only 25% of the time. Like,
tell me about it.
It's not that much time. Like, it's like the standard is so low that your family members won't have to say anything that's like out there.
No.
Right? They'll probably happily walk into that room going, no, he's an asshole 25% of the time.
And I,
25% of the time, that's a good lead up. No, those are
Yeah.
rookie numbers. This man is an asshole 70% of the time. You know what I mean?
but
Like,
I was laughing earlier because I was thinking about when you said you was talking about what's that game when you put your hands on the floor, everybody have to touch it. What is
oh,
it called?
Twister.
He
Yeah,
talked
but I
about
was saying like
Lieutenant Dan playing
Yeah.
Twister.
a clear disadvantage.
Hold on. Now, brother, family, I ain't never really told y'all, yes, I got mental health, but brother done kind of said it. So, yeah, 100% of the time, it don't hit me, but it'll hit me. I have
Yeah.
triggers. So, I'm just going to be straight up with y'all, family, that I have extreme paranoia. Remember, I only told y'all about my PTSD. And when I get worked up, there's no stopping me. I have to get somewhere away from people because the police can't stop me. Can't nobody stop me when I feel, and that's why, when y'all see me with the what do you call these people? The trolls. Remember, I told one
Yeah.
troll I was embarrassed. I said, "Yeah, you probably work for the VA. You on their payroll." Because when I get worked up, I start connecting dots. And
Yeah.
brother, I gotta ask the question because this hits me too. And I ain't saying I'm not. I ain't gonna say not proud of it. It's just a part of my life, bro. How can you communicate when you have persistent delusions and hallucinations?
Oh, I mean, okay. Like just honestly, like if you're just asking the question of how does a veteran that fits that demographic, how do they communicate? They will start talking about things like, okay, it's not something you've likely been exposed to, but me, I have been exposed to it in great detail. So they're, like, hey, look, the tree people, they come in the bottle. The tree people do, they come in the bottle. They do. And then they want to talk to you. And then they come back at you. And then that's whenever they come out of the tree, the people do. The people in the tree people, they do. Like 4 seconds of that. And you're like, okay, something's off here. So there are certain speech patterns. There's certain, delusions, hallucinations where how somebody describes something can clue in an examiner to that. So that right there, that's whenever you start noticing that the person is not oriented to person, time, place, reality type situation. And those individuals, like hallucinations and delusions, are going to be the easiest for the examiners to pick up on. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm talking more about, I have suspiciousness, I have PTSD. I'm a rock. You can't crush a rock, type thing. Like I'm a rock. I solve my problems. I don't reach out to people. I'm doing just fine. I'm on my second divorce, but I'm doing just fine. Like the people that are in pre-contemplation that there's even a problem. No. Those are other people that, other people have an issue, not me. I'm fine. Everything's fine. I'm working, yeah, but you've been written up like 35 times and you're one write-up away from, being fired. It's your 7th job in 2 years, type thing. And I'll be honest with you, that demographic of veteran is kind of the ones that I'm concerned about because they don't want to say
Okay.
anything. They don't want to admit weakness. They don't have to be drooling in the corner.
No.
Right? Like this new system will help you actually achieve 70, 100% like that. I mean, it does not, like, the criteria is so low. I was surprised on how low it is because what happens with 100% nowadays is that you've got to be a paranoid schizophrenic symptom wise in order to get to 100%. And that's hard.
That's hard.
It's hard with major depressive disorder. It's like, do you have delusions? No. Do you have hallucinations? Do you have this? Do you have that? Memory loss of close relatives, like of your own occupation, your own name. Like, look at this. Look at this on the screen right here.
That a person almost has to be hospitalized.
Correct.
Or have constant care.
Yeah. So it is literally going to be so much easier for veterans to become 100%. My fear, though, and this is my fear, I get to have it. It's my irrational belief, and I get to have it, right? And guys, I'll tell you right now, I'm probably like I have severe mental illness. It doesn't hit me until I try leaving my house. Okay. Like I sound very normal. I sound very this. I sound very that. And some people get mad at me because they're like, you don't have mental health. I'm like, no, I do. I became a mental health provider to try to help treat myself. Right. Like I did that before I became really, really bad. But I know what my triggers are. I avoid them. I stay away from stuff, just like every other vet. Right.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest with you, like these changes, my fear is that the claims companies, okay,
Oh boy.
the people, the YouTubers. See, I know exactly what to do to get to 100%. Like I know exactly like this will be abused. I'm just going on record. I'm making a prediction. This will be abused. The VA will see the highest culmination of 100% that Lieutenant Dan will laugh and cackle into the night. He'll be so happy because it'll prove his point.
Hmm.
All right. Well, Zombie, I did provide mental health therapy. So I am, whenever I talk on, in my videos and whatnot, I'm using my mental health provider voice.
Okay.
So that's why it is smoothing and calm and whatnot. But this is why I think it's going to be like all hell's going to break loose once this change goes in. Once people get dialed into, wait a minute, all I have to do is just tell them how bad my average month is, and they're going to give me 100%. Literally, I don't have to embellish anything. Nope, you don't have to embellish nothing. You just got to tell them, hey, look, this is what it looks like. This is how bad it is, evidenced by this, this, and this. And literally, sorry.
No,
I was
you
just
good.
looking at the Salty Marines comment.
Oh, Salty Marine in here?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get to y'all. Let me see what Salty's saying. He say, Raider, HQ, do you ever sleep? Good to know. I'm not the only one.
So that's a funny thing. I genetically only need 4 hours of sleep.
Yes.
So I only get 4 hours of sleep a night. It's very weird. So I stay up.
3. Yeah. It's we got Rebond in the room. Renaissance Soul says that was me until things fell apart because I thought I had to be okay. Yeah, a lot of us feel this way. And my problem was, don't judge me, Raider. Are you gonna judge me? I gotta say something.
I'm not gonna judge anybody.
I try to tell the doctor, that's why I can't stand them, that the people were reckless eyeballing me. They wouldn't disengage, bro. Listen, I'm telling you, they wouldn't disengage. If I could work, if they wouldn't reckless eyeball me, they were giving me too much eye contact.
Yeah.
And when you tell this to these people, they don't understand that. See, they don't understand. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Speak freely.
Okay.
Bro.
Okay. Speak freely. Okay. Sometimes
Freely.
the civvies don't understand. Like, you do not walk up to a wild dog. You do not walk up to me. You do not eyeball me. You do not treat me like an animal. And I hate to say it like that, but you know, like if you're going to wake me up, you touch my foot. You touch my foot.
Yes.
You stay away from me. You don't. Arm's length, motherfucker. Arm's length. Do not come at me with anything.
Come on now.
You touch my foot and you say the words friendly, 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 friendly.
Yes.
Like you touch my foot. Like that's how you wake me up. Like, but I have concerns because as good as this could be, somebody's going to fuck it up and they're going to abuse the shit out of it and make the VA do something like they're going to pivot the other way. This is nice, right? Because this is the way, like this new change is the way that it's treated in the civilian world. That's how they grade you. That's how they review for you, is the spheres of your life. But the fucking 5 times people and the people that want to fleece the veteran community, right? And I'm not saying people that want to help veterans, their time means something. I'm not saying that. Like people, like if I'm talking about the people that want to say, no, 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 be sadder. Be sadder. Be no, no, no. Like they coach them into stuff and they
Do they
make them
know?
embellish.
Do they know that people from the government are watching these videos where they're telling people to coach people?
It's going to come to a head. Like there's a reason why the public's upset. There's a reason why perception is reality, right? And if it looks like people are disingenuously getting benefits, then that's, you're going to have this situation and it's going to fuel the Walshes and the Dans and the other people, because it's going to be the gold rush for these claim companies, because 70% used to be the tippy top,
Yes.
right? But not anymore. Not with this change coming. It is going to be entirely possible for veterans to get 100% mental health easily.
And then
And you don't have to be this right here on the screen.
wow. Now listen, Zombie say I have insomnia. Is the insomnia rateable anymore by itself, or has that changed?
It can only be rated under the direct theory for service connection, and it had to have initiated in service. If insomnia is caused by any other condition, and this goes for vertigo also, if insomnia and vertigo are due to something else, like let's say tinnitus, then they get rated with that primary condition. So it'd be tinnitus with insomnia. And all those mental health symptoms that are attributed to the insomnia are now locked in a non-compensable way under that 10% rating. Never, ever, ever claim insomnia. Claim anything else other than insomnia. If insomnia makes you depressed, claim depression. If insomnia makes you anxious, claim anxiety. Do not ever claim insomnia. It is a poison pill. It is a trap. It is a trap. And the VA will F you over for it.
Now, Zombie say I cannot sleep without pills. Is that solid evidence to help get a rating for, I don't know what sleep disorder.
Okay, but PTSD has a sleep component to it, right?
Yes, it
Anxiety
does.
has a sleep component to it. You don't have to have, you can have sleep impairment without having insomnia, right? You can just, I don't know. Stay away from it.
Now, with this sleep apnea thing, I need you to help correct me or get some things straight on this here, because they were talking about it tonight, and the senator was doing a lot of gesticulations, like, "What? Why sleep apnea? Can you get 100% rating for sleep apnea?"
Yes.
So why are they talking about this 50% and taking it down to zero? It's not clear for us laymen. Can you explain that to us?
Yes. So what they're saying though is, okay, you have to understand hypertension first. Hypertension is a condition that if you get better, your rating goes down, right? Because you're medically managed. So if you started out at, like, let's say 20% hypertension and you get medication management and you drop down to 120/80 blood pressures, you drop down to 0%. Nobody freaks the fuck out over that. Okay.
Right.
So what they want to do is they want to go, wait a minute. Sleep apnea has been this gateway disability to allow people to get to 100%, because when you get up to 90%, you need a big push to get to 100. So a lot of people have used sleep apnea.
Okay.
So what they want to do is they want to try to make sleep apnea just like hypertension. Oh, your treatment makes it go away? Then 0% it is, because you're treated now. And that is not, in my opinion, fair. Now, the heart condition portion of it, it'll be basically 0 or 100%. Like they're going to go, it's going to be stop go. Either you've got sleep apnea, and they're even taking away the hypersomnolence where you get daytime sleepiness. They're just trying to bottleneck your ability to get above a certain percentage, in my opinion. This is my opinion. It's my personal opinion, not an official opinion that was put out. So I think they're trying to bottleneck this, and in one day they're going to go after migraines too, because migraines is a 50%er, and you need something that big to get up to 100%. Sleep apnea is secondary to PTSD. I've seen it granted, and medically it makes sense if you have nocturnal panic attacks, because what happens is with nocturnal panic attacks, the panic attack makes you wake up enough to where you're not physically awake, but your body thinks you are, to where it turns off automatic
Wow.
breathing. So you stop
What?
breathing because you're awake enough. It's called an arousal. You're awake enough to where you stop breathing, but you're not awake. Like you're functionally still asleep.
Oh, so you can't, almost paralyzed like.
Zombie, no, it didn't. They're talking about summer of 2026 when this goes down, and that's still an estimate. We do not have a hard time on it. Do not freak out. The sky is not falling yet. But if you're somebody that is looking for tinnitus, sleep apnea, you sure as shit better get a diagnosis soon and file a claim before that hard time happens.
Okay.
I don't care if you win it. Okay, that's another thing. You don't have to win the claim that you put in beforehand, because if you continuously pursue it over time and do supplemental claims and you end up winning it, you get the historical criteria. That's the way that works. So you just have to file and keep claiming and keep filing until you can get service connected.
Now, brother, I just want to see if you can watch this short clip that we went over. It's about 4 minutes, because this is what's concerning us and got a lot of us riled up. And
Lunette's gonna be okay. We're gonna watch this together, okay?
Oh boy, here we go. And don't get triggered, family. And tell us if you're concerned. Hold on, give me a second. Let me put it up on the screen. Fair use, family.
Oh gosh,
This is for educational purposes only.
I feel educated, or I'm gonna get educated.
Look, we can joke, and I really M1 is in the house. We gonna get to that in a minute and say, okay, thanks for letting us know.
Okay,
Yes,
go on.
B. Here we go.
What we're asking here.
So part of our evaluations, we look at occupational impairment and functional loss.
What's wrong?
And so
I
I think
can't see
when in
nothing.
VA
I don't need to see it. I can.
Here we go. Here we go.
when we look at things like TDIU, which I'm sure you're familiar with, when we find veterans who are unemployed.
Oh, I want to
or
hear his
because-
first question.
Okay.
All right, so here he goes, and I want you to hear this whole segment. Tell me if you want me to stop.
But that may come from studies and things such as our earnings or on what
Okay.
that project management plan for the next iteration will look like, so that we do have schedules,
Taking
milestones,
notes.
and things like that
Yes.
to measure our progress and to make sure
Trying to
that
get them.
we are following.
Trying to get to the guy. Here we
Why
go.
sleep apnea?
Why sleep apnea? He says. He just come out. He did nothing before that. Why sleep apnea?
Like it owed him money.
Is that military related?
You see how he throws his hand? Is that military related? Let's listen.
So it can be, and for VA disability purposes, we look at disabilities that were incurred in or caused by or aggravated by military service. So if something started during military service, then we have a responsibility according to the law to service connect sleep apnea
Thank
for
you.
any residual disability based upon that.
Now she say residual disability, meaning having sleep apnea as a secondary condition.
Mhm.
What does she mean by the residual part? In your
respiratory issues, or due to weight gain caused by so and so. It's like she's a layperson that just basically said all the shit that we do legally, like all the laws, like this is how we get it. Sleep apnea as per the law is what she should have just said, because he doesn't understand it, right? But I like the fact that she said per the law, because you don't have to, your feelings on it don't matter, Senator. It's a law, and you're going to have to get a lot of fucking people in a room to change that law. So good luck.
So momentum. Go ahead.
No, just let's go.
Here we go. Look, he's
Okay,
shaking.
how much of this, and I realize this is not VISN driven, but how much of this is customization that's allowed amongst the different contractors?
Please tell us what customization is, meaning you're tailoring, because is that related to with the
Don't know.
mental health? Okay.
That's very odd. I'm wanting to know the context of that. That's a very odd way to put that.
Okay, let's see. He's gonna probably do a follow-up. That was new for me.
How much of
That's very
that, because
weird.
we see that, or I see that often, we allow too much customization across the VA.
What does that mean?
You should know, you work there and they talking stuff. What language is this dude speaking in? You
Well,
work there every day. Go ahead.
She's not with the VBA. So we're asking somebody
Oh,
that's not like, this is a VHA person, I think. I don't know. Let's keep going and I'm taking notes. So I'm gonna.
here we go.
So are you referring to our disability benefits
Yeah,
question?
the
So we have criteria which must be supported
Yes, she's with compensation.
She's
said-
with the VA, but I think she's VHA.
Okay, let's see.
by clinical findings and medical evidence. That is
how much
one
of that
piece
is
evidence.
customizable?
So
None of it. None of it. What the fuck are you talking about? The DBQs are not a fucking speak and spell. You don't just fill them in. You don't just fill them in. Like, you don't get to pick one. It's not an a la carte at the fucking sorry. It's not an a la carte to where you could just pick off the menu, pick 3 off the menu. Like, you don't get to do that. Like, I don't understand.
It's not a la
Like,
carte. It's
Yeah.
not like a buffet.
it's not like a buffet. You don't get to go in there and just pick 3 on the DBQ.
This
I
guy's
want
running me
this
crazy.
and this and this.
Customizable, like you're getting a car.
It's
Your
like he
dis-
fucking learned a new word. And he's just like, I want to use it tonight. I'm customizable.
Look, your VA disability is customizable just to you.
Yeah.
Oh boy, they
I
laugh
don't-
about this guy's dumb.
Silly.
Now here we go. Let's go. Let's continue. What her response is to this
Okay. I mean,
customization.
ask stupid. Like
Ask
stupid
stupid-
games win stupid prizes. I guess. I don't know. I can't wait. I can't wait for this answer.
we do cut down on areas of free text, but we do need the doctor's observations. So we do, but we use testing, we use clinical criteria, and we look at the entire disability record, and we don't rest anything on just one single piece of evidence.
He said, like he's suspicious. What is that?
Okay. Here, you want to know what it is, and this is why a lot of CMP exams can be ACE exams that you don't attend for sleep apnea. Have you had a sleep study? Yes. Does it show you have sleep apnea? Yes. Do you have a fucking CPAP? Yes. Is it due to service or secondary to whatever? Is there a medical opinion? Yes. Is the medical opinion favorable? Yes. Grant based upon evidence. Like, that's as simple as it is. Like, I don't understand what he's like. Is it customizable? Is it customizable? Can I get it with a roof rack? What the fuck is he talking about?
It's not a car. Hey, listen,
Yeah.
I want my sleep apnea with one sleep machine. I want the wow.
I don't understand who did sleep apnea shit in his cornflakes? Like, what happened? Why does everybody beat up on sleep apnea? Like, damn, sleep apnea again, coming in here being a freeloader. You know, like, I just don't understand it.
Jalvis
but
is saying she's with the VBA
Is she
as
with
of
the VBA?
2025. She said she was with compensation, VA
okay.
compensation.
Cool. I mean,
All right, so Zombie said he just makes me mad. Look at his attitude. It's real flippant, you know.
well,
so
I mean, okay, go ahead.
I get a truck lift.
Yeah, maybe.
With a sleep app machine in it.
Yeah, make it bounce. He was that. What? He was one that was fishing for gotcha moments. I don't even think, like, you got to know what the fuck you're talking about for gotcha moments. Like, is it customizable? Can I get 3 on the floor, 1 in the door? Like, what the hell are you talking about, sir? It doesn't make any sense.
See,
Anyway, yeah.
Go ahead, let me go. Because you can't he ain't on for long, but let's see what it's
There's a statement in here that more veterans are relying on disability. Is that actually true, or is that, do we see a growth in this?
Relying on disability, like relying on government assistance.
I
This is
need him to have a drug test at this point in time. Like I think we need a random UA.
that's
Because
why.
what does he mean? What does he mean by that? That is the most subjective statement I've ever heard. Are more veterans relying on it? Like, what do you mean relying on it? Like, that is their main source of income? Like, there's so many different ways I could break this down. Like, do you mean it like without the income they couldn't survive? Is it actually additional compensation, or is it their main this is how I pay my bills? Is that what you're talking about? That's an economic approach. Are they relying on it as in a healthcare type situation? You know, like the disability feeds them, you know, gets them all their stuff. Or I don't. The fuck is wrong with people? Like, God, can we get some people in here that like? And I'm not being ageist or anything like that. I'm just saying, if you don't know what you're talking about, you shouldn't be on a panel or a committee or anything like that. I'm not saying it's because of his age or anything like that. I'm just talking about competency. At least familiarize yourself with the topic before you weigh in on it and change people's lives.
Oh, she is. Jocelyn, she's a director of compensation. And then our brother said, right,
great.
You're right, HQ, but it doesn't have to make sense to folks who know, just to incite enough folks to call for major changes.
Yeah, he's gonna there's a zinger coming. I mean, look at it. He's trying to dial it in nanu right now. He's got his head on his temple, or his hand on his temple.
Here we go. You
Look
back
at all these likes. 58
yes.
likes.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. And boy, this has been, brother, all I can say, you have changed my life. And family, don't get, because we, you know, we disabled veterans too. So don't take nothing personal, nothing. If I say something out of pocket, just let me know. I'll correct myself. You know, so sometimes
I'm not politically correct.
We're not. That's why I'm laughing.
I do my
love
best.
It. Look,
I do my best. I can't please all the people all the time. So I'll say something stupid, but it's because
you
I'm
ain't
stupid.
saying that's we just, like I say, when I tell people reckless eyeballing, they look at me crazy. Like my daughter niece though, did not come. I have a key lock on my door. I don't keep it locked all the time, but I don't want nobody to accidentally come tap me on the shoulder. My daughter know not to do it, but when my niece do it, and some people might say, why this guy got a lock on the door? No, I'll sleep on the couch. They know just not to walk up to me. You got to be careful how you walk up to me.
Exactly. And see, veterans know that shit. But once again, here we are. We are.
Oh, they say he's an officer. I don't know if that pen
oh my God.
Hey,
what are they feeding these officers these days, man? They're all just sour pusses, and they just hate everything. What this man's just like, is it customizable? Like he's just like at Burger King going, well, can I get a Big Mac with that? And you know,
can I supersize it?
Yeah,
that's all I want to know. Now here we go.
I don't have any evidence to support that more veterans are relying on this benefit. We do have veterans that are
could you just ask him what the fuck did you just say to me?
She's trying to give a coherent answer to a question.
That's a mistake.
What would you have done in that situation?
I'm sorry. Could you make those words English? Could you bad copy, resend over? Could you know, that's a bad copy.
Let me tell you,
format that.
Look, so when I got divorced, my ex, I guess she wanted to move my daughter out the area, but she couldn't move her. She had to stay in my neighborhood, right? So she wanted to move out the area. And so she had a lawyer up there talking all this legal babble. So they was questioning me, about something, but she started all this legal jargon. And you know what? I sit there right on the stand. It was about 3 people in the courtroom, 4, about 5. I said, I don't understand nothing you just said. And she just dropped it. I said, I have no idea if it ain't in the confines of my divorce decree and child support order. We don't want to hear nothing you're talking about. I just said, I don't understand what you said. She started talking with regular English again.
There you go.
She wanted me to get baffled. Now listen, Betty said, I have all locks on all my doors in the house. Family, I need y'all to be honest. How many internal locks do you have in the house? I
I have
have
multiples.
okay, I got one on my study right here, the computer room. I got one on my bedroom door. Don't ask me why. I will not tell you. I have 2 closets in my bedroom, and I have a lock on both of them. Please don't
I
judge
mean,
me.
My front door, you could probably drive into it and it'd probably stay. There's so many, like it's so secure.
Why do we reinforce things like that? I got an extra deadbolt on my front door.
Yeah, I got. Well, I mean, because it's like I will not be caught unawares.
Yes.
That's meant if you want to come at me, like I make something so difficult to where you'll either give up, which is fine, and I'll call the police, we'll handle things normally, or else you will keep coming, at which point in time I know it's game on. It's time to go get ready. I'm having a play date. I'll meet you at the door.
Stand down, soldier. Stand down. Listen, Betty Boss, no. Look at these. They're 20 locks. This sister, we can't do this. You know how much 20 locks is expensive.
There ain't no problem with that. 20 locks is fine. 32 are even fine. Locks are fine. Locks are
Stop
fine.
encouraging this behavior.
I'm fine with it. Look, I mean, I just don't want it to look like the set of Conan the Barbarian when you walk between rooms. You know, there's an axe here, there's a knife here, a couple guns over there, you know, type thing. It's
the camera zombie. Yeah, but they have to be internal feed. They can't be where other people can tap into it. I have to have the wiring inside the house. Yep, nobody can tap into my thing. And then he said, I have cameras all around. Hold on. I'm about to say, this man said a deployable drone. Fam.
Yes,
do you tell the doctors about
I have one of those. I actually have one of those. I use it for okay. So it's not all bad, but sometimes it gets windy here.
Brother, justify it.
So I have a drone that I like to fly above my house just to make sure that my shingles are all intact and stuff like that, because I can't leave my house, obviously. So I do have a drone, but sometimes, man, like it's time to set the drone outside. I heard something weird, and then the drone will fly.
Now you got me. I'm about to go buy a drone. Then look, he says, Disabled Ronin says, oh, my house is like a peninsula from John Wick. And he says, you're coming in here, be ready for a fight. Wow. I love John Wick. Man, they could make 100 of those. Now let's see what they're saying.
Yeah, it never gets old.
Never gets old. Because you don't mess with nobody's pet, especially not their dog that their wife left them when she passed away. We don't play like that. We're animal lovers here.
Actually employed in some part and gainfully employed in many situations.
And would you?
I like what she, let me go back a little bit.
I don't have any evidence to support
talking about people working and
that
stuff.
more evidence, more veterans are relying on this benefit. We do have veterans that are employed. Most veterans that we serve are actually employed in some part. And
holy shit, where was she when Lieutenant Dan was on his kick about veterans do not have jobs and they're getting sicker because of it? Like, I wish she was there. That's why the VFW guy could have taken a hike and they could have had her there. I wish she would just give us some numbers and be like, I'm sorry, sir, what are you talking about? Are you having a moment? Do you need medical aid? You're not making sense.
She's our brother says something with compensation. She's overcompensation. He did say that, brother.
I've never heard of her.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, she's saying nice things. So, I mean, that's fine. She's saying nice things, and I appreciate it. But
we're going to see if you disagree with some of the other stuff she says. Let's see.
Okay, let's get it.
In many situations.
And would you just give me, and you may have already covered this, and you probably have, and I apologize if you have, give me a short dissertation on impairment, disability versus financial inability to earn. Why that distinction, and how's that working in all of this this review that you're doing? This seems to me to be part of the crux of what we're asking here.
So
is it?
So he's saying disability and a function of not being able to work based on a disability. What do you understand what he's asking?
Yeah, I mean, like he wants to know how the ability to work is tethered into this because it doesn't seem to be working as intended. And I agree with him because we need to
Okay.
shut the fuck up about employment. We need to. We need to stop talking about employment because that's what TDIU is.
Yes.
And that's a valid program saying, look, I'm medically too sick to work, evidenced by this doctor over here attesting to my service connected disabilities, causing me to be too disabled to work. They need to stop associating the terms of employment with how you're rated. You're 50% unemployable due to sleep apnea. No, that's not what they're saying. They're just saying they used this old fucking system to assign percentages on how they would assign percentages. And that's what it used to be. It used to be because TDIU happened later on. They used to do this to where it was due to your ability to be economically gainfully employed type thing. Then they increased, they created TDIU, and then that was due to economic inadaptability. And then your normal disability rating is just literally you were injured, we are paying you for your injury.
Gotcha. They need to clear that up. And let me tell you, they need to clear that up. Let me tell you something. Raider HQ is here. Please go over and join his channel. You're not going to be short on learning something in almost every word that he says. He's my brother from another mother on my daddy's side. It's complicated.
Yeah,
I know it's complicated. My dad got around. I don't want to talk about it. Listen. Oh, we'll see that. Let's finish this up before we talk about that static. Oh, I don't know if static disabilities play into this. Now listen to what she says.
So part of our evaluations, we look at occupational impairment and functional loss.
Do y'all do that? Occupational impairment and functional loss.
Technically.
Let's see what she goes with it. Don't get mad.
Let her keep
And
going.
so I think when in VA terms, when we look at things like TDIU, which I'm sure
Okay.
you're familiar with, when we find veterans who are unemployable
like
because
where
of
she's
service-connected disabilities, if they don't meet that criteria otherwise, then we
Otherwise, now listen what she says.
have benefits in store for that. But you could very easily have an 100% service-connected disabled veteran who is able to work. For us, and disability and 100% evaluation does not mean unable to work in many situations.
Did she tell the truth? Did she tell the truth?
Hallelujah.
Luna, give us a bark, Luna.
Hallelujah.
Did she tell
Holy
the
shit.
truth?
Holy shit, somebody got it right. Holy shit. See, this was my fear. That you get people in the seat that have no clue what the hell's going on. She actually said it right. Now, the problem with her actually saying it right is she just shit in that man's mouth. And he was not prepared for that. He will not be liking what she just said because it will not make sense. His brain broke because it will not make sense to him.
Why did the people that were advising him not tell him this?
Oh no, they don't want this. Like this to them is no better than welfare. Like you, me, everybody here is no better than some kind of welfare queen. Okay? No better than a welfare queen because they're like, how are you getting something for nothing? How are you getting something for nothing? How dare you? Because yeah, it's kind of, yeah.
So what our brother is saying, I'm gonna get weird again because I have the what's calling for that. This is the video we talked about that treating our what we get as government assistance as welfare, and it is not.
Yes.
And that's what we're talking about here.
And like I said in the last time we talked, right? You've got the average civilian sitting down after a hard day's work, sitting at the dinner table, trying to figure out how they're going to get food on their kid's table after working 40, 60, 80 hours that week, whatever. And then somebody makes an offhanded comment that these motherfuckers over here are able to work a full-time job and they get subsidized income for not being able to work, but they can work full-time. That's why words matter.
See, go ahead. See, What they don't understand, you may work, but look at what the cost is of the
Mhm.
fact that you have this, fear of the marketplace. They call it agoraphobia. They don't understand the sacrifices you have to make. We
Mhm.
should not be punished because we are disabled. We're not walking around. Many of us tried to function in life. You remember what you said? You went to nursing school 2 years, then they changed the program when
Yep.
you had to go help your family. They don't care about none of this, do they?
They don't care. And they don't like the program. Like they see money going out and they can't understand why. Like Lincoln's promise type thing. They don't understand that this was set in motion. And in this day and age, they're like, wait a minute, we need to claw back all this money that we're giving you guys, and you guys just need to go out and get a job. And it's like, no, legally, you broke it, you buy it.
Why
That's
don't they,
what we're talking about.
why don't they just change the contract on the way in saying you don't get any of this? Because they trying to break the contract now. Remember, Lincoln,
They can't.
they can't. Lincoln promised black soldiers, if you help us win this war, I'm gonna give you the right to vote. Before he passed away, he had them up there at the White House, and he gave them the right to vote. So when I don't know if that's like a legal thing, him saying it is he's like a king or something. I don't know. But he gave them the right to vote. He kept his promise. Why can't they keep their promise to us? Why do they think they get to finesse us out of our benefits?
They don't understand the promise, right? It's like the Second Amendment, right? Like I love the Second Amendment.
Yes, sir.
But the Second Amendment was written in a time period where we didn't have automatic weapons and things like that. It's hard to navigate the current environment with the Second Amendment, the bump stocks, all the weird stuff, the ghost guns. It's complicated. Science, technology has made things complicated. The promise used to be, look, you serve, we injure you, you get disability rating, you get money.
Yes.
But now it's complicated because people are like trying to pick it apart and they're trying to figure out things. And I'm like, stop trying to figure out things and just give us the fundamental thing that we are entitled to. No different than the Second Amendment. We are entitled to this.
Zombie says you break, you buy. And then
Yeah,
6
that's
6
exactly it.
Yes. 6 says maybe they don't understand, but the rich friends need more money to come fill their pockets. Now let's go
Well,
back. Go ahead.
Well,
What you
hold
think
on.
that?
Now I will say, okay, that when that Walsh guy made that statement of, hey, look, we've got this congressman that he's working full time, he's going to be a congressman, and he gets this benefit. I don't understand why. That isn't a bad question for the civilians to ask. But what we need Congress to educate them as to this is an entitlement. They raised their right
Yes.
hand. They deserve, like they were injured in the line of duty. Because guess what? If you were drinking and driving, and that's willful misconduct, you do not get benefits when you were doing willful misconduct. It has to be in the line of duty. So everybody that served honorably, or
Yes.
the different versions of it, the different flavors of it, you get benefits because
Yes.
that's part of the process. And so I think that Congress needs to educate themselves on this, and then they need to regain their composure and continue to advocate on our behalf and support the troops, support the veterans. That's what I'm hoping.
Make America great again with the veterans. Yes. I don't know where that came from. Listen, yes, indeed. They need to honor the promise. I don't know why VSOs can't articulate it like she did.
I will be right back.
All right. No problem. Family, come on here. We got, let me see if we missed any questions. We got our brother in here and saying, let me see what we got. Let me go up here, family. We've been doing it. He say Radar HQ, but it doesn't have to make sense to folks who don't know. Just to say, okay, I read that one. We got Disabled Ronnie say he's back. We have 58 likes. Now we up to 59. Family, how do y'all feel? Ronnie say he went full. Never go full.
All right, sorry.
Now,
my daughter broke the garage door for a second, so I had to run out and fix it. So I'm sorry.
People don't know when you have children It's amazing. My daughter, you don't have to worry about her with locks or poison or nothing, but don't give her a permanent marker. Do not give her a
Oof.
permanent marker ever.
Yes, that's
Ever.
true.
No permanent mark. Okay, that's a little trauma there. He say, Congress. Yeah. Let me see. Does this new? He say, write it again, HQ. Yet we see how some of these Congress folks seem to be against us. Now let's see what they say now.
So disability compensation does not mean that a veteran cannot earn wages, that they are unemployable. It
Thank
means
you.
that based off the residual impairment, VA finds them to be 100%
Residual impairment. What does
Yes.
that mean exactly? I know the term, but because of the tell me what
She's
that
trying to
means.
find a way. She's trying to find a way to separate income, like the ability to work from it. So she's just choosing a different word.
So they're
There's
just
no
looking
real-
at the money. They're looking at the money from compensation, the money from work.
Yeah,
And-
she's trying to keep that separate, like, because that's his premise. His premise is, why are we paying these freeloaders this money if they can work? Because we're paying them not to work, and that yet they can. Explain that to me. And she's trying to do it in a way where she's choosing different words and kind of separating things out, which is good. She is strategically doing this.
Oh, she's doing that intentionally
Yes.
because she works for the government. But is she advocating for veterans? I'm trying to. Why
Yes.
is she so? But usually
Because
they
it's
don't.
a trap. This is a trap. He is trying to trap her into something, and she is trying, like jujitsu, she is trying not to have him basically block her into a corner and get full mount. I guess, I don't know, is what you would call it in jujitsu. Like, get
Yeah. So
she's
almost try to
pivoting.
discredit her in her position.
No, he's trying to discredit the veteran benefits process for us having benefits. He's trying to make a case for why we should not be getting shit, because he is trying to trap the situation and say, look, they're not deserving of this because they can work. That's for them not working. How can they work? What is sleep apnea? You can work on sleep apnea. This is what he's trying to do. And she's doing a good job. Like, she is doing a good job of making that distinction, and not, she's letting him ask the questions, and she's not giving him much to actually
Wiggle room.
manipulate. She's
Okay.
not, yeah. So
Now,
I'm fine with her. I like
Okay.
her. She's
Cub
doing
says
well.
Congress works less than 90 days in 2025. They should vote to cut their own pay. They'll never do that.
They'll never do that. And
Yeah, it's a
and then
trap.
figure out where you get that money from. Figure out where you get that money from, because for us, every time you want to add something, they're like, "Oh, we got to figure out how we got to pay for it. What are we going to cut to pay for it?"
Yes. Thanks, family. We have 60 likes.
Yes.
He wants
hitting
to
it.
crush us. Does he? You think he really want to crush us? He's a
look,
veteran, I think.
I don't know if he wants to crush us as much as he doesn't like this. Like, he has an opinion about this, and he might not like some of it, but an attack on one is an attack on all. Like, in my opinion.
You know, my grandmother used to tell me, you don't have to like it.
Yeah, that's true too.
She is defending us. Would you go as far as to say what Zombie say, that she's defending us, or
Yes.
she's properly representing her position? Wow.
I think she's, at this point in time, I think she's adjusting. Like, whenever you push and pull, she is matching his push equally. So she's doing very well.
Okay.
But
Thank
it
you,
is
Cubs.
definitely,
Go
she
ahead.
is looking for her. He is looking for her to make a mistake, and she is not making one so far. So we're doing well.
Wow. So now, that's exactly what I'm saying. He clearly has an agenda by the way he frames his questions and the statements he makes. What do you
I
think
agree
his
with that.
agenda is? You say clearly, if it's simple, it's just that he doesn't like it. He feel unpleasant.
Look, it's mere speculation at this point in time, right? It's just mere
Yes.
speculation. But I will tell you that if you have the same talking points as Lieutenant Dan, then no, this is not a joke.
I know.
There's
but
a unification of I do not like these disabilities that I cannot see. Like there is a clear distinction there.
okay.
Yeah.
So, but he's Lieutenant Dan without the quotes, the air quotes.
Well, no, he's like he might be a more reasonable version of Lieutenant Dan in that somebody has posed a question and we haven't got a good answer on it. Why does somebody with sleep apnea get money? Hold
Huh?
on again.
Go ahead, no problem.
Hold on.
Somebody says Donald is in the room. Go ahead.
Okay, there.
Evening,
My
Donald.
gosh,
Evening,
naughty
Donald.
dog.
Everybody's opinion matters. Donald, I believe it's Bird says, and brother, maybe you could help us with this. Says, I wish I could pretend to be disabled and work full time.
Oh, I mean, I wish I could pretend to be disabled too and work full time also. I happen to be disabled and work full time. So, I mean, yeah, the pretending that would be awesome, wouldn't it? But legally, it's allowed. So, I mean,
But he brings Title 38, Section 115. I don't know what that is. He say, read the title. Oh boy.
okay.
Fam, give me a second. Brother, let me see. I'm gonna read this one here. 66 say, I can't see the situation folks who receive SNAP benefits get, but I don't hate them for it. No. Now he said, he bringing receipts. He said, all right, family, I see. He say, thanks. Okay. Now here we go. We trying to respond to you, my friend. We getting to it. Let us look. And his question was, his immediate question was, he said, I wish I could pretend to be disabled and work full time.
Yeah.
You think we're all pretending?
I don't know. Choose your words carefully, Donald. Because honestly, I wish I could pretend too. And it's 38 USC 1155, not CFR.
Okay, so let me put up there because you say you brought receipts, sir. He say 38 section 1155. It's not that you're saying.
It's USC, 38 US.
Okay, take your time if you think you understand what he's trying to say. Give me a moment.
I don't know what he's trying to say. But Donald, let us know what you're trying to say.
Let us know.
I'm deeply, yeah.
Let's get back to it. Because I don't know nobody. I know I'm not pretending. And where's your evidence that we are?
Well, I mean, like, what's the litmus test for that?
He say, read it.
I did read it. It's right there. It's full red. Yes, it doesn't. What do you want us to read? Like,
he's trying to shame us. He said,
what's the
we're
point?
afraid.
What's the point?
It's a gotcha be moment.
Educate me, Donald. Educate
us, Donald. Let us know what you're talking about, bro.
I've read it. It's like what, 6 sentences?
Does it relate to us or anything about what he's talking about? That we are, what does he say? Getting stuff for free?
5 sentences?
What are we pretending, my friend? Give me a second. You see any questions, answer, bro. I'll be right back. Please, I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
I'm interested. Like, I want to know what you mean by this. Because I'm sitting here right now looking at the authority for schedule for rating disabilities. No, it's not actually, Charlton. It's 38 USC can be for the 38 portion of it is the for like the VA and stuff. So the U.S. code, it's not for Social Security. Talks about the secretary shall adopt and apply a schedule rating of reductions in earning capacity from specific injuries or combination of injuries. Yeah. But I don't know. Donald, where'd you go? I want to know. What are you talking about? Really, dog. She's now bringing me the food bowl. Okay. Da-da-da-da-da. Donald, where'd you go? All right. Well, I guess Donald doesn't want to play anymore. Oh, my Danes? Well, one's 5, the other one is 3. Give me the bowl. Ah, she's being a jerk face. She has this game that she likes to play. It's called Chase Me Bitch. And she will grab something that okay, Donald, thank you. Thank you for actually give me the bowl. Thank you for commenting. Hold on. I'll get to it, Donald, here in just a second. My dog is playing. She's got this huge bowl. So the earning capacity that is listed in 38 USC 1155. What my thoughts are on it is that the way that disability is calculated, you have to figure out some metric to use to actually determine what 10% looks like, what 20% looks like, what 30% looks like. So they use the original thing of earning capacity. That's what they originally did. There's no way for them to arbitrarily figure out how to do what 10% would look like, what 30% would look like. So that's the metric that they used in the original kind of assessment. It's not a binding contract that says that you, like the VA itself actually articulates that if you are 100% service connected, you can still work. So that's why, that's what my thoughts are, is they had to come up with a process to in order to kind of, or a metric to figure out how to determine what things look like. So they took what a civilian, in my opinion, they took what a civilian impairment would look like at 10%, 20%, and used work capacity just as the clear and understandable metric.
Thank God that you came in here, brother. Go ahead. Thank God you came in here.
Yeah, you can earn money. It's in the 38 CFR that you're employable, 100% employable. Right?
Did you know that, Donald?
Like,
let me say this,
I mean,
and I want you go ahead.
I get why it's confusing. I get why it's confusing. I get why people like Donald, and I'm not sure if Donald's on which side of the argument Donald's on, but if Donald was bringing this argument in order to like gotcha, I can understand why they would do that, because it does talk about earning capacity, but it's for the sake of, you know, just figuring out what 10% looks like. Because if you're going to award somebody, you know, some kind of disability, you have to have an agreed on, like what things look like. How do you determine how disabled somebody is?
And Donald, I want to ask you a question. Like I say, we don't mind different opinions here. My question is, what's your argument? Number one, are you just confused and want clarity, or you have a position that you're taking? In addition, I want to say this to you. If somebody gets injured in a car wreck and an 18-wheeler hits them, if they go back to work, they're going to still get the compensation for the car injury. Right or wrong, brother?
True or false? Yeah. Because if they have pain and suffering due to a car accident, do they get the money? You know, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I find it, but see, there's a lot of situations where over time things have been written, rewritten, addressed, clarified, updated. And if we want to take something that was written way back, in the 1950s and try to, you know, it doesn't, sometimes these things don't age well.
So you think it needs to be the language needs to be updated? Or are you concerned they might put some crazier?
No, I don't think
language
it
in there.
needs to be updated because the only thing that talks about the fact that you can't be employed is IU, individual
That's it.
unemployability. That's it. That's the only stipulation in which you artificially get raised up to 100%, and the trade-off is you can't work because you medically had them determine that you can't work. Other than that, with all due respect, everybody can sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up about employment because it has nothing to do with anything other than to establish what 10% looks like, what 20% looks like. Like, it doesn't mean we can't work and get the benefits. There's no dilemma here.
And
Right?
we
And I'm
know
sorry.
that's
Yeah.
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
We know that's the case because we have people that work for the VA that are disabled veterans.
And 100%.
And 100%.
They work all over the place.
They work all over the place at the same place. They wouldn't their employment be breaking the law in that case? Now they say I'll bet a month compensation and job pay that if our benefits money gets cut, it will end up in rich folks' pockets. They wouldn't. That would be morally wrong. Lieutenant Dan would not do that.
That's a very good question, Donald. Do I know what act started VA disability? No, and I don't give a shit. Like, I do not care. I do not care what kind of weird argument that somebody could have. Do you know what act it started? There's no validity in that. What year is it, Donald? Like, what year is it? We're in the year of 2026. So in the year of 2026, it is legal for us to have VA disability and work full-time jobs.
He could be implying that it started under corrupt intentions.
I don't know what argument that would be because precedent has been set. Like, this is we're here. We're here in 2026. Which, I mean, that's cool from like a historical standpoint. Like that would be cool from a historical standpoint. War Insurance Act of 1917. Cool. Awesome. Not relevant to the current conversation, but cool and awesome.
Are you a veteran, Donald?
Also irrelevant.
Yes,
like
it is.
I mean, like it.
You don't have to answer.
The muddy in the water thing, where people want to try to muddy the water. The fact of the matter is that veterans can work and be any level of disabled. They can work full-time. They can be gainfully employed. There's no dilemma here. It's not a recent change that afforded that. It has been like that always.
I didn't know that this would trigger people so much. I knew it would have an effect, but people are coming out of the woodworks.
It's fun, but see, and I get it. I get the fact that people don't connect they have a hard time equating because the VA is a weird, the VA is like one of those pictures where you look at the image and then you see the real image if you look hard enough. That's what the VA is. It's built upon this nonsensical, here's a law, here's another law that was written on this law, here's another law that was written on this law, and over time, Donald, am I saying the thing that currently is true has been true? Yes, I am currently saying that the thing that is true is currently true. Yes, Donald. And if you're being nice and I'm being a jerk face, then I do apologize. Okay, but yes, this is the way it is. This is the way it currently is. This is the way it's been.
Yes,
in modern, yeah, it's law. Like it's no like thing where some dirty politician snuck in this thing to let these disabled veteran mooches get money. It's always been like this. But with science, with technology and the internet, most people didn't know about this factoid until relatively recently because of the internet And then they're looking around going, wait a minute, why is this guy getting money and he can work? And that pisses them off. You know, it rightfully so sometimes because they don't understand it.
Yes. Now, if this doesn't say time for Raider into parking lot.
No, I'm fine. I just want to know what it is, like what Donald's perception is. Because if Donald's perception is this has not been the way it has been, then I mean that would be a really interesting retelling of history.
It could be
But it's
like,
been like,
you know,
yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, I've granted
Because
back
Social
to the
Security.
1960s.
But they look at it from the eyes of Social Security. What our brothers say, it's based on, this ain't the one that Charleston said. He said it was based on percentages. Oh, it's right here. This is he say, but Social Security doesn't use percentages of disability. Either you're totally disabled or not. It's
Well,
based
it has to do
on
with work.
40-hour weeks and work.
It has to do with work. Yeah, like you can't work. Like that's the premise of that. The VA disability doesn't work that way.
I ain't gonna poke
It
the
doesn't
bear. I was
matter.
about to tell him something about Social Security and VA disability, but I don't get him in all our business. Here you go. Look at Josie says, I wish Don was out in the field. I guess he's talking about Donald with us instead of back home with his feet kicked up, drinking a 6-pack. Maybe then it wouldn't have anything. He wouldn't have anything to complain about.
Well, and I mean, like Donald's fine for asking the question, right? If I'm a
Yeah.
little salty with Donald, it's because I don't understand the premise of it. It seems like a really weird thing where you'd say, look at this thing. And I'm like, yeah, I see 1155. I mean, it doesn't prove anything and it doesn't disprove anything. It just tells them, use this metric to determine what 10% looks like, what 20% looks like. It doesn't say anything about employment being required. It's just how they measure it because they didn't have a standard back then on how to measure anything.
Mm. And we want more people like Donald to speak up. But you know, when you say stuff like you were saying, talking about freeloading, calling us freeloaders, our antennas are gonna go up.
And honestly,
you don't see that. Why didn't you take offense of him saying, I wish I could pretend to be disabled?
Because so do I. I wish I could pretend to be disabled and work full time. However, I am disabled and work full time. So, I mean, my road is harder. I mean, I wish I could do that too. But just take my disability, Donald. Just take it all. You can have it. And I'll just take the money.
God.
But,
Lord.
That's the thing where I wish I could pretend that I didn't know anything about the VA make
talk about it,
baseless accusations, and I'm not saying that Donald's doing that, but like Mr. Walsh is doing that, where he made baseless accusations. And I'm not saying that Donald's doing that. I believe that Donald is here to be understand the process. Yeah, in good faith.
Yeah.
But there are people that are like, look, I want to pretend some stuff. You know what I wish? I wish that somebody could be locked in a room with me for 20 minutes and talk to my face about stuff like that. And we'll see how well my meds adjust my attitude, right? As to whether or not I am disabled. And maybe I've got one left in me, because people, it's like road rage, right? Where people go, you know what? I'm going to get that guy, or I'm going to do this, this, and this. And then they don't understand who they're messing with, right? That guy's just an asshole.
Yeah.
No, that guy's probably crazy and you don't want to mess with him. And the same is with the veteran community. Like saying that we're not disabled is the best thing to probably instigate a fist. They're so like, it's a joke, and I don't believe in violence. I'm not a fighter or anything like that. Have I been in fights? Oh, yes. But I don't like fighting. I don't like conflict. I don't like anything like that. But you have to understand you're fucking with the people that you shouldn't be fucking with whenever you're saying that we're all not all disabled.
Look, let me tell you, Sib Dib is one of the most calmest people I've seen out here. I got shout out to Sib Dib.
He's a good Christian man.
He said, metaphorically speaking, I wish I could just, he implied, getting him little touches on the face. Man, because he was hot. The man is patient with all 5 of his children. But man, when somebody said this, I say, man, even him. So watch.
Yeah.
Let me give you an example. I watched Corey Holcomb. Corey Holcomb is a comedian from my culture, from Black Men. And this other guy, he doesn't know that this other guy, he's Black, but he's an immigrant. They live in one generation, lose the accent, and they try to come among us talking with our vernacular, but they wasn't raised by our parents and grandparents, so they say stuff off. He said something about, I wish you would suck a man's genitalia. You don't say that to nobody from the hood, or you don't say that from nobody that's American. Any American, especially from the South. He moved, he had him on, now he got $1 million screen behind him, and he moved the female that was between them and said, now say that again to my face.
Yeah.
The guy wouldn't say it again, but he kept trying to like gaslight him. He said, I'm not worried about all that. He said, I brought you here because I wanted to hear your difference of opinion, but it's something that you don't say to a man. You don't talk. Let me tell you something. If a man married, you don't walk up to that man and start talking under that woman's clothes. That's a quick way to lose your life. The Bible say jealousy is the rage of a man. What it's saying is that if a man catch you sleeping with his wife, ain't no amount of money, because say jealousy is the rage of a man, and on the day of vengeance, he won't let you slide. Because of, hey man, I just slept with your wife, but here go $50,000. Man ain't trying to hear that. So watch what you say when you talk to us, but we understand. Go ahead, brother.
No, look, I believe that there's a good, like, would you go up to somebody who is disabled and just start talking shit and not actually think that something's going to happen? Like, the internet sucks so bad for that, where, like, you wouldn't say things like this if you were in front of somebody. Now, I'm stupid enough to say stuff like this in front of somebody because,
Yes.
I have tasted the fabulous flavor of pavement before. Sometimes my mouth has gotten ahead of me. That's fine. But I have won more than I lost. But what I'm trying to say here is that I understand where frustration comes from the public and the actual, like, the budgetary things. And if you've ever heard me, I have a lot of leniency for, like, people that don't understand, that want to become educated about the process.
Yes.
But the thing that I'm trying to convey is that you have a bunch of people who have been taught to solve their problems with violence, and you are going to take things from them and call them dirty, lying, sons of bitches. And you do not, like, and I'm not saying that Donald is doing this, but there are people out there like Mr. Walsh and Mr. Gade and whatnot. They don't understand. Like, I have been stabbed before at my job.
Talk about
at the VHA. Okay.
My Lord.
Because they are people out there that you think you know what disabled looks like, right? Like, you think that sleep apnea is the disability and things like that. It ain't going to be sleep apnea that gets you. It's you take sleep apnea from somebody that with a very severe disability that's going to come at you. Okay. I don't understand this notion to want to. I can understand updating things and changing things and doing stuff like that. But when you make it to where people are not disabled and you're like, this has to do with work, and you take things from people, the most irrational things can become rational whenever a person is pushed too far. There are movies about that, like where you've pushed somebody too far. And there's a lot of also domestic issues and police reports that also say you've pushed somebody too far and they are not the one to be messed with.
Remember the movie. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead. You're fine.
Remember the movie, The Second Equalizer.
Yes.
All of them were veterans. And Denzel Washington was baffled why they would be mercenaries. And the brother told him, he said, listen, if we want health care, go to the VA. He did what they were trained to do. And now they just put him on the shelf. So they decided to get together and start getting paid for the skills that they had learned.
Yeah. And I mean, like, do I think that there are people out there that don't meet criteria, that falsified things. Yes, there clearly are some people out there, and I hope that they get, I hope that they get their justice, justice is served on them, that they get found out, that they don't,
Yeah.
they're not truly accurate. However, there is nothing more insulting than being compared to somebody that is, I don't know why I feel this way, and it's a personal thing for me, but I don't like people accusing me of not telling the truth about things. Like, I don't like that. And I feel like in a lot of these videos that we're watching with Congress and whatnot, that it's not that like, hey, look, we need to dial some of this back. I mean, okay, fair enough. You want to have a conversation about that, that's fine. You want to change mental health, you want to change sleep apnea. I haven't complained about that. I've said that I'm concerned about mental health and whatnot. But that's not the tone that people take.
No.
That's not the tone that I'm hearing from like the big ticket items from Mr. Walsh and Mr. Gate. It's like you're a fucking liar, and you're
Yeah.
manipulating the system, and you're a piece of shit, and you're this, that, and the other. I don't like that at all.
And see,
And I know, yeah,
veterans don't like the word pretend. So I'm not
Yeah.
beating up on you, but I'm letting you know
Yeah.
that when we hear that, that's why you're gonna see things in the
Yeah.
chat. We pretend. Many of us did everything but go to the VA to try to cope with our life at first.
Well, and Donald, I know you used a question mark on there, so I don't know if you were talking about like if they think that we pretend and go, and I just might have the wrong interpretation of this, Donald, and that's probably true. I'm not feeling it well, so you're also getting the fact that I'm not feeling well, so I'm not salty towards you, Donald, at all.
Oh, I didn't
because-
realize that he did put a
Yeah,
question mark. I apologize. Yeah. See, that's
Yeah.
why you don't get in trouble for that. You can speak your mind
Yeah.
here, but we gonna say what we saying. Now look at our brother
Yeah.
here say, brother Disabled Ronan says, my VA pay is my cornbread. And like Eddie said in life, you ain't getting my McMuffin. What's that called? What's that?
mother,
is that?
mother
Oh,
effing.
Oh, mother
Mother
effing cornbread. That's
Yeah.
that's for damn sure. Cause there be some hazardous consequences and repercussions. Wow.
Because I'm just too tired from it, man. Like, there is nothing like having chronic pain that never ends, day in and day out,
They don't understand.
and
that.
then somebody poking you, and that's what it feels like. It feels like I'm worn down, I'm raw, I'm not a good like buddy communicator when it comes to people that, hey, let's mess with them. Not a good idea.
No,
Like,
it's
just,
a
I'm tired.
and why
I'm
they
too
picking
tired.
on the rich people? Now that's another part. Folks act like vets who may get 100% compensation and work live in mansions and drive Corvettes.
Some of them might. See, and like, here's the thing, the generalization problem that I have with this, and I'm going to take it the other way on this one, is that sometimes people, they want to show off and brag, right? You see those videos, and I don't know how many of those are true, but you'll see the videos where
Right.
I've got 100%. I just, I've got a Corvette, and I got all this, and I got a Hellcat, and I got 3 houses, and I got all this stuff. Okay, great. You invested your money well, but you don't need to
Yes.
brag like that. You don't need
No.
to tell people how, because for every success story, there's 15 different non-success stories where they've got an addiction or something like that, and the money's gone before it's even actually, hits the bank account. They can't spend their money well. They got mental health issues, and they can't prioritize their money.
I got to get to this. I'm sorry for we got a new person. Times 2 Compost says the people that give themselves a raise every year talk about injured veterans.
Yeah. And that bothers me too. Look, I'm just raw about this because look, I just want to go back to don't poke me. Like, and
Yeah.
I'm a little salty about this, and I do apologize, Donald. I didn't mean to be so salty if I was, but I don't personally like it anymore. I'm sick of people looking at stuff.
Yeah.
This is a legal requirement. Like, this is legally, you have to give me this.
So you're
It's
not breaking the law. You're
Yeah,
not
I'm not
breaking
breaking
into your
law.
neighbor's house and stealing out of a purse. Okay.
Oh my, you're gonna.
That's right. Not just
You are my trigger spirit animal, H Town. Like you know how to trigger me with Lieutenant Dan. It's like mother of pearl. Please stop. Like no, it's fine. Like, but that kind of stuff where it's not even a good faith argument. Like at least Donald's was a good faith argument. Can you please tell me
yes.
why this is like that and why that is like that? Fair enough. I mean that's not a bad question. I'm just not
And
feeling.
then he said, "Thank you for the clarification." He said he did thank you for that.
Yeah,
Now,
he did, but I don't understand what the rationale was. But did you do you know how baseball started? Like, I don't understand what this has to do with anything. Like currently, I don't know.
hold on, let me see. Did I get that? Teddy Brewski, thank you for being to say evening, everyone. Is it possible to collect SMC if you're
Yes.
not TDIU?
Yes, it is. Like TDIU. Oh, I know. TDIU is just one way to get to 100%. You can collect SMC if you meet criteria. Each SMC has its own specific unique criteria. So
Okay.
they're not mutually exclusive to where if you have one, you can't have the other. You can have both to where you could have TDIU and SMC. You could have natural 100 and SMC. You could have it to where you're not even 100% and get SMC in some instances.
Yes.
But yeah.
Now, Renaissance Soul says, why not just change the word to VA compensation without the disability part?
Well, because most of the time, up until recently, nobody had a fucking problem with it, right? Like nobody had a problem. We shouldn't have to change shit. We should just educate people about what the process is. We honestly should. Like, we should just say, like she did a very good job on that thing. And she said, hey, look, veterans can be 100% and work at the exact same time. There's no restriction to that. Legally, they can. I liked how she said legally they can do both. And like we just need to we need to establish a boundary and go, look, no, this doesn't work the way you think it does.
He say thanks, Raider. And our brother says, say it again, 66. I waited 26 years. Still, I never became homeless before I applied. Okay. I nearly became homeless. Oh, wow. Now, I'm going to finish up this. Go ahead and finish what you got to say.
Yeah. No, it's fine. Let's watch the rest of this.
Let's watch the rest of this thing we get through.
Stable because of the severity of their disabilities.
Right, and how are you going to apply either one of those really to mental health, which is a growth industry, as we know? Mental health amongst veterans is rampant.
Rampant.
Like, I'm sorry.
Like rats. Rampant like crack.
That's just rampant.
Rampant
they're just
like
going down to the 7-Eleven and getting that fucking mental health.
Rampant like a 40 ounce. Rampant like a pandemic.
How is that working with mental health? Because it's a little bit different than physical impairment.
Certainly. And
how are you going to apply that?
Do y'all treat
yourself?
Do you apply it different? Do you treat veterans with mental health conditions differently from those with physical conditions?
Yes, because I can't see it. And I'm a angry old man and I can't see that mental health. And how are we going to deal with the mental health? That's what the kids are calling it these days. We used to just call it, get the fuck better.
Wow, let's see what he said. Wow. This guy says it's rampant.
Yeah,
like
it's just rampant.
Gang violence.
But honestly, stop it. Honestly, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about we do not like that the bell curve for what veterans are rated at is so high. We don't like it. We don't like the fact that X million number of veterans are 100%. And these are the three things that seem to be able to get them to that 100%. We need to dial that back. And that's the thing. Well, and mental health is rampant because back in the 50s and 60s, people just, there wasn't any internet to tell when somebody kind of, unalived themselves or whatnot. And, that's the information age has made things more at the dinner table, you can tell how many veterans have mental health and all this other stuff. But it used to not be like that. It used to be that out of sight, out of mind.
So when it comes to it, my brother, I'm trying to I can't get this thing to act right. There you go. So I
Yeah.
actually did the numbers for 2024 down to the veteran. So the percentage that's paid the most is 100%. It's almost 26% of all disabled veterans. This is what's really making them mad. So
Yeah.
1 out of 4 disabled veterans have a 100% rating. The second one highest rating is a 10%. That's close to 1 million, by 800,000.
Yeah, and they don't like that. Like they don't like this bell curve. Like they want it to be 10, 20, 30, 40 with the majority of people in that category, and then just every once in a while for shit we can see. Oh, he's a
Yeah.
triple amputee. Okay, we'll you know what? We'll give him 80%. Like, but they don't like it. Like they don't like it.
You think they
The-
see these numbers here? You think this is
No.
what they're looking at?
They look at the top number, and then they look at how much money that is, and then they look at why that is, because there's a reason why there's a bubble between 90 and 100%.
Oh, really? Why is it so hard to get from 90 to 100? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because they technically they made a bubble payment at the top because it was so hard historically for people to go from 90 to 100%. But now you have got these gateway conditions. Sleep apnea is one of them that you get a 50% there. You get migraines, you get 50%. You get sinusitis, you get 50%. That it's made it to where it used to be honestly challenging to get to 100%, but they made that additional, like it wasn't like a normal thing. It was supposed to be like oh shit, you're really sick if you're 100% because you managed to make it. But nowadays, people have all these conditions because of all the shit that they were exposed to.
Yes.
And they don't have the shame, I guess. We lost the shame, guys. We lost our shame.
And he brings up, now he's asking her about mental health. She's going to refer to the other, I guess she's a mental health professional. And let me get to that. So, yes, indeed. Hold on, let me see.
I'm just going to be disappointed by the things that escape his mouth. I just know it. I don't.
It's a short clip, but we just breaking it down. Let's see.
I'm going to ask Dr. Sokol to address that because she's done a lot of the work.
Really
Yes,
to
okay.
mental health, which is a growth industry, as we know.
A
Mental
growth
health amongst
industry.
veterans
Industry. Yeah, what does
is
that
rampant.
mean? How
It's
dare
rampant.
they? These sons of bitches. These sons of bitches just coming in here. These sons of bitches with all their damn unproven mental health.
Oh, Raider,
Sons
just
of
do your
bitches.
comedy online.
Sons
Do
of
it from your. He say, what does he say? Not just rampant. What's the other thing he said? You just said.
I don't know. I think I had a stroke halfway through it. I forgot. I don't.
Oh, it say we don't have dangerous Dan's outside outstanding moral compass. Wow, 61.
Yeah.
Wow, 61 likes. Thank you.
But how is that working with mental health? Because it's a little bit different than physical impairment.
Certainly. And
How
I'm
are
gonna
you
ask-
going to
How
apply
the fuck
that?
is
I'm
it?
going to ask Dr. Sokol to
nope.
address that.
Almost.
Nope, we're just
Almost. He
Keep
says
going.
a
Just
little bit different. He won't
Just
explain
power
how.
through it.
Done
No.
a lot of the work.
He doesn't want to. He's like, how dare you?
Good afternoon.
Oh, good.
Currently, the portion of the rating schedule which addresses mental disorders is in the final stages of its publication as a final rule. We did publish the proposed rule several years ago, which received overwhelmingly positive feedback from the veterans community, from clinicians.
I don't know what she's talking about. I didn't receive. Some people say they received something.
Yeah,
So-
probably in 72.
Yeah, I don't remember. I didn't receive nothing. Veteran community. Who's speaking for us? Let's continue.
Oh,
And
I think, okay. Actually, so there was hold on.
No problem. Take your time. If you got to go do something, no problem. Yeah, family. See, what's really going on here Now listen what our brother say. Disabled Ronan says, LOL, I joined the mental health industry before it was cool. You was country before it was cool. Then 66 say he probably gets the sniffles and misses meetings. We had bad backs and feet and still ran PT.
Yeah.
No excuse.
So
Go ahead.
So what I'm thinking, so when they proposed the changes to mental health, there was an open forum period where veterans got to make comments on the changes. And I'm
Okay.
thinking what she's talking about is during that particular open forum period that the veterans came back and said, yes, please make it easier for us to get 100%.
Okay.
But
Okay.
But that's the way the VA has framed it. And I think this guy has realized the fact of a lot of veterans are going to go to a natural 100% with this.
And look, and tell me if I'm wrong on this. Every veteran that gets out, the VA has the money to give them the disability rating. If, let's say, every veteran got out qualified for 100% or at least a disability rating, the VA, can they say we don't have the money to give you your rating?
Technically, no, based upon what type of discretionary spending it is. The
Okay.
VA would have to ask for a higher budget and the government would have to fund it because it's obligated spending. So even whenever the VA doesn't fund, so the last what was it, spending bill or budget? You remember how they didn't
Yes.
pass the budget and the government shut down? The
Yes.
veterans still have to be paid.
Why don't they not pay us? I don't understand. If they not
It's a
paying
legal
federal
obligation.
workers,
No, it's a legal obligation. It's I forget the term for it, but it's like non-discretionary spending or discretionary spending, whichever one that's the mandated one that they still
Okay.
have to pay it regardless.
even though they threaten not to pay us sometime. Haven't you heard that or not?
I mean, they've never done it.
They've never done it, but they've threatened it. You're right. Here we go.
Because we adhered to the latest approach to assessing the functional impairment due to mental disorders, which is outlined in great detail in DSM-5, which is the governing document for all psychiatrists and clinical psychologists to assess.
If you need any time, say anything. Let me
I'm
know.
pretty sure he is probably having a seizure right now with just her accent.
He
Like
has
he
that-
is probably like, please God, don't let her speak to me.
Yeah, I think he's from the South too. You know, that's really killing him. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Let's
But
see.
so what she's saying right here is she's saying,
Yes.
look, these new changes are conforming within the DSM-5's treatment manual. So our mental health providers that do your CMP exam will start adhering to what treatment practices do whenever they assess somebody. So that way the VA mirrors how current assessments work. So that way it is, I want to say, what did he, hold on. Got to find that piece of paper that I had here. Customization. So that way there's no customization. And everything is unified across the board. Everybody is lockstep following the exact same thing. The civilian docs are, the private docs are, which will be great for private DBQs, mind you. Because
Wow.
if private DBQs are filled out the way that normal assessments work, then there's no specialized training that's needed to fill them out.
Okay. Wow.
So I mean that's other good news, right? Like
I want to thank you, Betty Bobs. I know you've been going through a lot, and we hope you're getting well. And we thank you for always being consistent. You're so essential here. Let's continue.
Assess the level of functional impairment due to mental disorders. And in this new portion of the rating schedule, we will be able to adequately address the level of functional impairment and
Yes.
corresponding occupationally significant disability. And we're looking forward to publishing it by the end of the fiscal year 2026.
Okay, and
So
real quickly, what has the toxic exposure law done to to this examination?
Nothing.
this review of your disability criteria?
Nothing.
But you know, they keep trying to tie in toxic exposures like
Oh,
Tuberville
for fuck's sake.
because they're trying to, it's working too smoothly. That's what Senator Tuberville said. Now, he tying this into his statements. Okay, here we go.
I will ask Ms. Tang to weigh in on this question, please.
Just quickly,
that's
I'm
not-
out of time.
Sorry, sir. So we have a process by which we look at toxic exposures through our military, I'm sorry, it's called the MEAS, for it escapes me right now what that group looks at, but that's
Burn the clock, sister. Burn the clock. Yep.
a separate
Burn your
group
time.
that looks for things based off our presumptive conditions, based off the codified requirement for that disease process. So we look at those slightly differently based off exposures and what the science and evidence shows based off that exposure.
And you've made my point. It's more complexity. I yield, Chairman.
Thank you.
No,
What does
no,
that
there's no
mean?
fucking complexity. Here,
I went
the
off when he
backpack
said,
had nothing to do with mental health. Mental health is excluded from toxic exposures. There's no fucking like.
that's why she gave it back to Mrs. Tan, right?
Yeah, that's
Because-
why she did, because she's like, this has nothing to do with the mental health, so I'm not going to be speaking about it. You know, like she's just like not even fucking like doing it.
Well,
I
we're
don't
done with that. I want to ask you one last thing. First, Betty Bob said, H-Town, thank you for recognizing, even though I was napping. You deserve a nap. She sends me so many articles and so supportive. We appreciate you. Now, listen, brother, we're done with that, but I got a question for you.
All right.
Uh-oh, here we go. Bruh,
Thank
this
you,
is
Rain.
the last. Here we go. Let's see. I can't get it right. Here we are. I'll play it from here. So, last questions I have for Raider HQ. He say, you had these slides you just popped up. Question and answer. And then we're going to get ready to let our brother go. We're going to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Given the fact, what is the correlation between veteran exaggerating their symptoms and this cookie cutter approach to having veterans go in and say the same things?
Oh, so what I was talking about last night with so you want to know why I have concerns about people coaching during the CMP exam, right?
Exactly.
So yes, this could have anytime you start to see trends in rating, those get reported.
Okay.
If everybody is seeing something, then it looks like fraud. The more people that talk about, and it's not necessarily an exaggeration, but if they're like, hey, look, frame your thing just like this. Well, if you're on YouTube, right, if 17,000 or let's say 40,000 people see my video saying, I want you to say it this way. Well, you could have 40,000 people that say it that way. And then they're like, wait a minute. Are you saying this because it's true, or are you saying this because you want me to check the box? Because one of those is malingering. It's either true or you're malingering. And so that's the vulnerability with that. That's why, like, whenever they have, like, I know that one company, and I will not say them on here, but that one company who does these like practice drill CMP exams. Number one, I don't understand how they do that, because do they have anybody that's ever conducted a CMP exam on there?
I think they said that before Congress, did they not? Or maybe not.
No, that company. But I don't understand how, anyway. I'll get off them, because that's a blood pressure moment right there.
Okay, okay. But if you want to say it, you're free to say it. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, it's not relevant. So, but the problem is that you have to, like, even if somebody says, hey, look, you need to focus on X, Y, and Z, you need to make whatever the hell X, Y, and Z is your own. You need to describe it yourself. You need to get the gist of something. Like, whenever I tell people about mental health and CMP exams, I say provide examples, because mental health is not like a joint DBQ where they can physically pull on your joint. They can see how far you can move. That's not the case for mental health. Mental health has to be done with anecdotes, with examples. You have to show, like, and give them the opportunity to determine whether or not you have acute or transitory depression. Oh, you lost your job. So the premise is if you get a different job and you get more money, your depression will go away. That's a situational symptom.
Yes.
Okay. So for like mental health, you've got to explain, like, no, you don't understand. Like, this is a common theme for me. This is X, Y, and Z, whatever it looks like for you. But when people start using the exact same words, examiners start taking note of that. And whenever, if they think that you were coached, that looks like malingering, and they can dial back your symptoms and be like,
Okay.
no, I think he's malingering on here, so I'm not going to mark him for depression. I think he's just telling me what I want to hear.
Wow.
And it can happen. And it's
How
not
sh-
ideal. Yeah.
So what do you think is a bigger problem? Veteran exaggerating symptoms or examiner bias?
I think they feed into each other.
Mm.
Because you'll get these examiners that all they do is they sit and listen to the exact same thing every single day. Somebody is complaining at them about something. And if you do the exact same thing every single day, if you talk to people, different people the exact same day, and you started hearing trends with it, that would start to sour your mood about stuff. Because
Yes.
some, like they're like, look, you're just trying to get one up on me. And sometimes they have that opinion.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna give you one last question, brother, and I'm gonna let you see what you have to say so we can close out. 66 say, I get what HQ is saying, yet I heard stories of veterans speaking how they saw their situation and get denied.
And that's true. Like, because here's the thing, that examiners at the end of the day, so depending on what the circumstances is, let's say that you've never been service connected before for something. That examiner, you have to win them over and make that correlation. But at the end of the day, that examiner is going to be the one that makes that medical opinion. Are these two things medically connected? You can't sway them. It comes down to their opinion. If you're talking about an increase in whether or not you've got a symptom, if the only evidence that you have is I'm telling you about it, then you did not do due diligence. You want that symptom. If you want that symptom on your DBQ, then you better have evidence and evidence of treatment for quite some time where you have that symptom. That's what you need to do. Like if you have symptoms, like I think I was reviewing somebody for IBS, and they walked into the claim and said, I've got IBS. They didn't get, like, it fell apart. They got denied because they're like, look, you've made no complaints about this. You've not seen a doctor at all. No, I've just dealt with it myself. The examiner's like, it's not that bad. Then I don't think you have IBS. I think you might have like gastritis or something like that, like a temporary thing. I don't think you have a disability. But compare that with a different veteran who, hey, man, I've been treated with this for 6 years. Here's my medications. This is what this looks like. I've reported the exact same thing at this time. In my medical records, you can go in there and look. And how do you have all of these images?
I thought you were going to not notice it. I thought, God, I don't know. Raider, I don't know.
How?
I don't know. It be in my brain, and I just calculate that I'm gonna have certain things. So I don't know.
Wow.
Raider, Raider.
My paranoia is getting a little to me here. You're starting to scare me here, H-Town.
No, maybe I'm AI.
Where's the camera in my room here? I can't.
No. Like my daughter, she
tear
messaged
apart
me.
my house.
Yeah, my daughter said she'd take a picture of me eating in my room and then walk away and send it to me. She standing by all. She say, "I see you" or something, and it's not cool. I said, "It's not cool.
It's not cool. That's not cool."
Oh, look, they laughing about it, brother. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I just had this stuff there. Now, the last question I want to ask you, and hopefully I'm clear. Okay, this is based on the live stream. Please go back and watch his live stream. I'm going to put the link in the description. I think I got it there. Let me see. Yes, in there. So I just put it in. I put it in there. It's in the chat. So I want to ask you this based on what you had said. Hopefully, I get it right. What disability symptoms severity is more determined by benchmarks than by work or daily functioning? I hope I'm clear because I hope I was speaking it out.
Okay.
So
Okay.
some of them just based on benchmarks. If you got this, you using the asthma pump. That's what I call what I
Yeah.
mean by benchmark. So you got it. You certainly this here. So and daily functioning, checking how the person talk to us.
So the 38 CFR Part 4 obviously will be the telltale decider of that. So not all disabilities, even in the same category, have the same requirements. Like COPD and asthma do not share identical respiratory criteria. A lot of conditions are like, if you want to know like which ones are more subjective,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
what,
So when you get past the point that you got these clear benchmark, which do you have more of those where you just say, okay, I check off. They meet this criteria, they meet this standard, they meet that standard.
Yeah.
Where is it mental health the only one where it's more subjective that you have to deal with daily function, how to interact with their works? And isn't that harder to interpret?
it's not subjective for the rater. So it's more subjective for the examiner, but
Okay.
the examiner will check boxes, the rater will check boxes, the exact same boxes. So it's there's no subjectiveness to it. The one that's subjective is like migraines at 50%, where the rater has to review your severe economic inadaptability. There's no definition for that. So that's where the gray area is.
Oh, okay.
TDIU, your ability to work, that's a gray area. That's where a rater gets to make a determination based upon their feelings. Same thing with SMCL for aid and attendance. They get to make a feeling based judgment. And those aren't good. I think that they should remove the ability of the raters to do that. I like the fact
Okay.
that the raters are legally bound to this doctor said this. Fair enough, you got it.
Okay.
But another one, like I know that you said mental health is more subjective, but the entire musculoskeletal system with flare-ups is also subjective.
How so when you can have x-rays and that pain?
Flare-ups have nothing to do with x-rays. They have to do with, so you get your symptoms really, really bad. I want you to guess how bad they look, how bad they are. I can only bend to here whenever I have a flare up. That's the most subjective thing ever. The veteran gets to just say whatever they feel like. And obviously the examiner can disagree with them and say, look, lumbosacral strain couldn't cause you to be that impaired. Or they can agree with it. But I mean, like, it's more subjective than mental health is.
Okay. Now don't trip out. Don't trip out. You promised me you ain't gonna trip out. Please don't trip out. There you go. Sciatic nerve and cervical strains. Okay. So I just happen to have these things sitting around. Okay. Now I'm gonna let you have the last word. And for your family, we did put the link to his video in the description. So please, so these dealing with the last two, number 3 and 4, because these are the most frequent disabilities that veterans have. Tinnitus being the first, knee injuries. That's real general. I don't understand. Is that specific enough, just knee injury, or do they have different parts of the knee?
There are 6 different technical ratings that you could get for the knee. So I mean, that's a big number for a lot of disabilities.
Oh, it's a conference. Okay.
Yeah, it could be a lot of different things in there. It could be the semilunar cartilage. It could be instability, limitation of flexion, extension, total knee replacement type thing. It could be a lot of things.
Okay. Well, thank you. Go ahead, brother. Let you have the last word.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, in terms of the last word, the thing that I wanted to talk about is that there's the change is coming this summer, right? For mental health, for tinnitus, and for sleep apnea.
Okay.
And the thing is, don't freak out. Okay, that's like the final word is please do not freak out. Change is okay because we can adapt to it. We can do something. I am not going to run out and do a video here in like 10 minutes or so on it. I'm going to wait until it is time. Now, if you want to be a good, like if you're a person that's planning on applying for sleep apnea and or tinnitus and or COPD or all that stuff, make sure that you are going to the doctor and get your diagnosis. Like in this meantime, you have about 6 months before this thing starts going down. You need to start gathering evidence.
Yes.
If you don't gather evidence and you just file a claim, you're helping nobody. You're not helping yourself. You're not helping the Raiders. You're kind of just, success will not be there for you.
Yes, indeed.
But that's about it for the final word, is that the sky is not falling. But I mean, things are changing potentially, but it's going to be slow until it's not, and then it will speed up. So I don't know. Just get ready, file your claims, have good evidence. Don't freak out whenever people say stupid shit about veteran benefits. Like me. Don't say stupid shit like I do.
Thank you for the way you handled the brother coming in. I think Donald Bird. Thank you for that.
I still don't know what Donald's thing was, but I mean, honestly, if Donald's good natured about it, then I do apologize, Donald, if I was a little bit rougher with you. But if Donald was just being a tool shed, then Donald, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that the reality cannot mirror your feelings on the topic. But if you're a good faith actor, good, cool. I'm sorry if I was rough with you. But if you're not, then yeah.
You had to tell him because you had to warn him, because if he could walk up to the average veteran, it can be problems.
Yeah, and I don't want to say that. Like, I know that we already get this premise that we're all scary, crazy people, but you know what? Sometimes the fucking thing is true, right? Like, you do not want to. It's the same thing with like waking us up in the middle of the night. Like, do not wake me up and be within arm's length, because it takes me 10, 15 seconds to wake up, but I'm already squeezing, right? Like at the throat.
Yes.
And it's not cool. It's not funny. It's not anything like that. It's just honestly, some of us are disabled. And that's what the invisible disabilities look like. Those are the ones that follow you home, are the invisible disabilities. They follow you home, figure out where you live, and then beat your ass, like, or something like that. Like, some people get weird, man. You don't want to be like that. You don't want to piss a bunch of us off.
You're right, because the brother that was doing security in his underwear, I was over there for Christmas one time with his with him and his wife, and she said, "Yeah, they don't sleep in the same room no more." Oh no. I say, "What happened?" I don't mean to get nosy. She said, "He gave me 2 black eyes."
Yeah.
And I say, "Well," I say, "Not intentionally." She say, "I was upset because of what he said." I say, "Not for him hitting you." No. I asked him why. I hate to say this here. I say, "Why were you upset with what he said, other than you got 2 black eyes?" She said, "I asked him, why did you hit me?" He was in the Navy. He said, I thought you were a rat. I don't know.
You were a rat.
He said, "I thought you was a rat." And that was it. He said he thought it was like a vermin,
Yeah.
And then he woke up and realized that the rat was talking. So
yeah. I mean, look, you don't even want to know. But yeah, all right.
Take care, brother. And we appreciate you for everything. And you've been making a difference on our channel, and we're gonna do everything we can to support you. And thank you for being the bridge between other veterans. You have the personality, because all of us have a certain thing, and you touch to our core, man. So Luna is not the only one that you touch and show kindness. Thank you.
Ooh, she heard you say her name. Now she's special. Anyway, guys, have a wonderful night. Thank you all for having me. I appreciate it. And I'm going to leave, but have a great night. Bye.
All right. Thank you, brother. Bye. Fam, let's get ready to close it out. Fam, you show right what you said. And they say, did Donald say he was a vet, or was he just snooping? He never said. He kind of popped out. Look what Charleston said, and we're going to get ready to close out. He said, H-Town, we've been on here 5 hours. I feel so embarrassed. Charleston say, H-Town plots. It's his compulsive disorder. I think, I don't want it. I don't want to call it plot. Everybody say good night. You say, look what 66 say. H has too much time on his hands. Yes. And I'm always thinking. I'm always thinking. And see, I hated to do it. I hope he didn't catch that because I got a slide pretty much for anything he might say. How I'm able to pull it up like that, I have no idea. I don't know. I have no idea. It's probably part of my condition. I'm embarrassed because people say, yeah, everybody, let's show love to each other on the way out, family. Come on now, family. I don't know why. But you know what I like? The fact that y'all accept me and y'all don't, y'all don't kick me to the curb. Thank you so much, family. I finally got purpose in life. I got people that listen to me run my mouth. Y'all say good night. Toasty say good night. Betty Bob says good night, shipmate. And Charleston Zimmerman. Ben Olive said good night. Then we have Brother Charleston says night, Raider. Yes, indeed. And Betty Bob says H-Town, good. Enjoy your Thursday. Yes, indeed. Let's see what a brother say. Donald is a vet or he's just stupid. I don't know. Good night, family from 66. And then Charleston say shipmate and H-Town and family. We not doing nothing tomorrow. I don't plan on doing nothing tomorrow. I ain't trying to break no record. All right, much love. We're going to see y'all on Sunday. Family, y'all, we've been doing this thing. And family, y'all are the reason we are drawing people in. We get new people. And y'all notice, I had no problem. I'm glad y'all put them little symbols in there, though, to be alert. We ain't got to tell the inside thing. Here's the thing. I don't mind as long as they're respectful. You know what I'm saying? If they start crashing out where they don't answer, he kept coming up with questions that kind of made sense if he was a civilian. Look what they say. Betty Bob say, good night, Raider. To all that are not feeling healthy right now, including our brother Raider and our sister Betty Bob's, my prayers. Let me say a quick little prayer for y'all. Thank y'all so much. God bless them. And I'm not meaning, I say this all the time, not to offend anybody that is irreligious. It's okay. We know it's just part of my culture and my background. Dear Lord, we ask that you bless the fellow veterans in here tonight and those that are not veterans. God, we ask that you bless all. We say, God, thank you and look over even Congress. We ask that you heal our brother, HQ Raider, and keep helping them be strong and help us all, Sister Betty Bob's, Brother Charleston, help us all through our disabilities. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, now, family, thank you. We are growing. Family, one time we get about 4,000 a month views. We getting up to 6,000 and 7,000. Did you hear me? We getting, Lord, and I'm gonna let y'all go. We getting like, I'm gonna tell y'all, I don't mind telling you. And make sure I got the updated stuff though. Family, now tell me if this within 1 week time period. 1 week, we got, let me do 1 week. 1 week, we've got 143 subscribers. Did you hear me, family? I can't believe it. In 1 week, Raider played a big part of that. Y'all played a big part of that. We able to boost the message. In the 1 month, we got 193 in last 28 days. But just in a week, most of those come from the last week. 143. Amen. Rest well, fam. Yes, indeed. Y'all take care. I think we answered the question tonight, and I think we went into it, family. Did we cover it? I want to say thank you. Want to say that's close to 3,000. Yeah. Let me see how many we have totally. Let me tell you how many we have totally. I think I have it here. We have 2,469 subscribers. So we going down. We just made 2,000. Now we halfway to 3,000. Come on, fam. Did you hear me? So, family, I want to thank y'all for being here, for helping us, and we gonna close it out. See, you got to know how to treat people. You understand? And good people draw good people, as my grandmother would say. I wish they was here now to hug them. Miss my grandfather, my grandmother, I call my great granddaddy Papa. That man taught me everything. I didn't know how amazing a person he was until he wasn't here no more, because he was just this at school. But he was my granddaddy. I was my great granddaddy. My granddaddy was a lovely person too. Hold on, let me get this here. So we went into it, family. Huh? Did we talk about it tonight? Wow, yes, we do. We have, let me tell y'all another little thing. Let's talk about watch hours. How many hours people done watched? I want y'all to hear this. In just the last week, this gonna blow your mind. This gonna blow your mind. How many hours have people watched? 676, almost 700 hours of people watching our live streams. Did you hear what I said? So it don't matter how many people viewed it, it's how many people, how long they watched. View, they could have just got on and got off. Almost 700 hours of people watching our program. Come on now, tell me, you know, we on here a long time. And last thing with the views, in the last 7 days, we had 2,700, almost 3,000 views in a week. Come on, family. So I want to say good night. Thank y'all for being so wonderful and so kind. And till next time, family, we want to tell y'all, have a blessed night and take care.